Okay, you're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Thursday night, May 16th, 2024, at around 11 p.m. Thank you for joining me. Today we are returning to the Crime Scene series, this time playing Moscow 1989. We've played one previous case, and that was almost 2 years ago. I know we played the Brooklyn case. I believe it's Brooklyn 2002. There are actually 13 games in this series. One of the larger mystery deductive game series, and one of the least well-known. Very strange situation here. Perhaps that's because of the publisher being lesser known. Tactic is the name of the company. There are actually 13 games in this series. They're still making them. They started making them in 2021, so they're publishing them at a fairly rapid clip. They're all semi-credited under the name of a Finnish author. They're all Finnish. Maybe that also explains why they're lesser well-known. So the author is, I have it written down, Arttu Tuominen. And he's credited as being sort of the author of the stories here. This is a narrative puzzle game with some little twists, card-based. But all of the games are a place and a year. So they range from, let's see, I have a couple more here in front of me. So here's London, 1892. Then we've got Excalibur 2049, a little future space setting, and then Helsinki 2012. And we played the Brooklyn one, and then there are a whole bunch of new ones. I actually had a pretty good time with the Brooklyn one. Those were back in the bad old days where I live streamed, but people came and joined me for a little bit. It didn't really help me that much, although Jonathan Warner, who's here today, joined me for that, or at least part of it. It took us 6 hours to play the first one. I don't know if it'll take us that long. But they're all sort of, well, we've introduced enough. Let's catch up a little bit before we get back into the crime scene games. Let me just say hello to the chat. Okay. Nukas asks, what does the map represent? That's a map. Let me see if I have my alternate view here. Do I have this where I can talk over it? This was a little bit of a JavaScript app that someone wrote, and I spent a day or two customizing it, and it's just showing the current time in lots of different cities, all cities where there are viewers of this channel. It's not updated live, but I ask regular viewers to send me what city and country they're in, and I've been adding it to this display. Unfortunately, there's enough now that I have to blink them on and off. Otherwise, they start to overlap too much. But if you are a regular viewer of the channel and you want your city added, let me know. It is interesting to see who's what time people watch my streams that normally go at 11 p.m. So we have night owls in the US, and then we have early risers as you get further away. Let's talk about a couple more things here before we get started here. I think I'm planning to do a bunch of live streaming in the next week or so. So I've got some new cold case games behind me here. Missing in the Caribbean, and a brand new case from the Cold Case Investigation Unit, Case 5, in a series that we've played the first 4 of and quite liked. I don't know if we would call them, well, they're not as highly produced as some of the others, but they were well written. And I do want to take an opportunity to thank those of you who are supporting this channel on Patreon, because that makes it a little easier for me to just pull the trigger and buy these new games as we discover them. And this is my time to remind you that we purchase all the games we play on this channel ourselves as a group. Me and the Patreon supporters are paying for all of this. And every time I buy a game, I think I love that we are not dependent on review copies and then have to feel guilty if we say something negative, so we can give our unbiased opinions and advice. Okay, so if you want to help this, if there's a particular game that you're interested in playing, you should jump on the Board Game Geek forum for this channel or on the Discord. There are links on the YouTube page to help decide when we play these games. I'm going to try to schedule maybe a daytime weekend stream on Saturday, and I'm not sure what we'll play, but we've got a Bureau of Investigation fan case that Jonathan wants to play, and I'm keen to play more of the West End Adventure Sherlock Holmes. I'm also very keen to get into the Mansion Murders Sherlock Holmes box, because I want to see from a game design perspective how they handle setting a case in a smaller area. And then we have a new Dear Holmes case we're going to start playing, a new set of 5 letters, but it's not new, it's old. But viewer Stacy sent me her set of letters. I'm trying desperately to find more of these used older copies of the play-by-mail Dear Holmes letters, because they're not producing them fast enough for us. We're in the middle of a new cycle, but they're so slow, I think we need to start on another one. But this Sunday we'll be starting a new case. If you haven't joined us for those are fun short sessions on Sunday afternoon. I have pushed up the time for that from our normal 3 p.m. to 1 p.m. I don't know how that maps to everyone else across the world, but it will be 1 p.m. Central Standard Time on Sunday that we read that first letter of the new case. I hope you can join for that. Okay, so a little bit of chat in the channel, that's good. Let's take a look at the back of the box and discuss this a little bit. I'm assuming most of you have not joined me for the Brooklyn crime scene 2 years ago. All right, so a couple things to note here. We've got a little introduction story. Bodies found in the toilets of a dingy Moscow nightclub. Who is he? How did he end up here? It's August 5th, 1989. Carry out an investigation in the crumbling ruins of Soviet power consumed by corruption. Here, everyone is keeping secrets and telling lies, so keep your eyes open and your mind clear. Now, there are a couple interesting things to note here. Here's the first one, very unusual. Age 18 plus. All of the crime scene games are rated at age 18 plus. I talked about why is this series not more, there's 13 of them. They're obviously very popular. Maybe they're popular in Finland, but it's an interesting thing in the US and maybe England, whatever. Maybe they'd be more sensitive about like telling the author, hey, you can't make a game that's 18 plus. You're going to kill off most of our audience. But they have stuck to their guns, and so that's very unusual to play a game. And the other thing is, as I remember it, there really wasn't much need for an 18 plus. We play lots of games with lots of death and killing, and they're not rated 18 plus, so it is interesting. And then all of the cases are rated for difficulty, I've taken a look at the difficulty ratings across the 13 of them, and I believe they go basically from 2 to 4. All of the games I've seen are 2 to 4, and I believe Brooklyn was also a 4, although I'm not positive about that. I do remember it wasn't super hard. For Lucky, it was a 3, and this one will be a little harder. But there's a bunch of them that are 4s and then a couple 2s. So if you are interested in picking one of these up or watching us play another one, you might want to pay attention to the difficulty rating. And then you'll see there's some interesting little mechanical twists in the game. There's a big map that involves some visual search, and then cards of different types, some of which form a kind of evidence map, like with you would put up with pins and string. So that's going to be interesting to see. Let's see, what does it say here? Solve puzzles, piece the evidence together like a real detective, compelling story, immersive visuals, find the clues, solve the puzzles. And if I'm remembering correctly, there's no actual internet here use in the game, which is nice. All right, let's see. Anything more to talk about before we get started? Not much coverage on Board Game Geek of these games. Certainly not the newer boxes. The older boxes have a couple of reviews and forum posts. Anna approves of the pushed up schedule on Sundays. We'll see what I wouldn't mind doing a weekend marathon of games at some point. Okay. Why don't we open this up and get into it? I'll talk about it when we get to it. All right, so we've got a stack of cards of different types, but we'll read through the rules since it's been so long. And then we've got this thing, which I remember, which is our scene. So all of the crime scene games involve a main scene of the crime, a very visually busy scene on a numbered grid. See if we can give you a better close-up here. On a numbered grid, and there's going to be some element of looking for clues in here. All right. So let's go to the rules here and see what we've got. Okay, so there's our author, Arttu Tuominen. Moscow 1989, the story. And then we've got report number 1. I'm not sure we're supposed to read this. And the guide to setting up. Okay, so these are going to be like story entries that we read. I guess we start here, though. Okay, setting up. Separate the cards into 4 decks. Don't shuffle them or change their order. Okay. We should be looking at them this way. All right, pretend you didn't see that other one. Pretend you didn't see the back side of that one. Okay, so there's our 4 decks. Don't change the order. All right. The evidence card run from start to 31, reputation cards from 1 to 14. They should have a card on the bottom of this deck that says you're reading it from the wrong side, like many card games do. Lay out all 4 decks and the crime scene image. Make sure you have a pen and paper handy for taking notes. Pick a person to read the first part of the story and hand them the case folder. How does this work? The story included in the game, let's get a better view here. The story included in the game sets you up at the scene of the crime, provides you with an idea of what you're walking into. Listen carefully because the details in the story will come up later on. The crime scene image is divided by a grid with a number in each cell. During the game, you are guided to look for details in the crime scene image and to take note of the number of the cell or cells therein. These numbers guide you to certain evidence cards, which in turn may guide you to look for other things in the crime scene image. Look for underlined words on the cards and solve the puzzles which take you to your next task. To begin, read part 1 of the story. Make sure you listen carefully because the details of the story will come up later on. Okay, so why don't we, it seems to think it wants us to do that right now. So let's read part 1 of the story right now. So I don't know what this is. Looks like we've got fingerprints here. Moscow, Soviet Union, 8th of May, 1989. Part 1. Okay. I don't know. I'm not sure why these are numbered. Here we go. You strike a match. The flame sets your face aglow for a moment and moves to the end of your cigarette. The night is cool. It seemed like spring might be on its way, but a northerly wind left a city struggling with an oil shortage to shiver in the cold. You glance at your watch. 2:30 before the morning of Victory Day. Today, the Red Army marches through the city again, and the state's propaganda machine broadcasts images of the missile vehicles worth billions across the world. A car turns at the end of the street, its headlights sweeping the walls of the buildings. The gearbox of the Volga wails as the driver shifts gears. You grind the cigarette under the heel of your boot. The Volga stops in front of you and the doors open. "What took you so long?" "Car trouble, Major," says the younger man, Lieutenant Igor, apologetically. Captain Yevgeny, the older of the two, sneers. This young man, with a head full of blonde curls like corkscrews, was only appointed to his post last December. It was not car trouble, and you know it. You can smell the vodka in Yevgeny's breath from a couple of meters away. Igor and Yevgeny follow you to the courtyard of an 8-story tower block. The rhythmic thumping of a bass beat gets louder as you approach. A man wearing suspenders is lying on the grass, passed out. Another is leaning on the fence and pissing against it. You open the door of the nightclub. The music is so loud you feel like it might make your chest collapse. You push your way into the crowd, looking at the pupils of more than one person at this place. It's obvious they have been enjoying more than just vodka. Heroin is streaming into the country from Afghanistan, and no one seems interested in damming the flood. Of course not. Many of the army officers, politicians, and civil servants are taking a cut from the money. Yevgeny seems to know where to go. There are women dancing on the tables and bar. The vodka, which is never in short supply in the Soviet Union, is flowing. You discover the toilet and step into the cavernous space with walls sprayed full of slogans condemning the war in Afghanistan. The back wall is almost completely covered by a huge picture of Stalin with devil's horns drawn on. A man's body is lying in a pool of blood on the tiled floor, yellowed by spilled piss. There's a Makarov pistol lying next to the body, and a blackened cartridge a couple of meters away. The man has been shot in the chest. The exit wound has turned the back of the white t-shirt red. The smell is a cocktail of vomit, sweat, and the stench of the sewer. The arrival of the police promptly empties the toilet. You kneel by the body. Yevgeny lights a smoke and blows long strands of smoke up towards the ceiling. You check the victim's pockets and find a wallet. You open it and learn that the man is 22-year-old Vladimir Konev. You also find the student card for the Faculty of Medicine at Moscow University. You check it with a magnifying glass to make sure it's not a fake. The young man lives at the university dorm over 15 kilometers from here. He's far from home and even further from the university lab. There's a fat roll of rubles in the inside pocket of the man's trousers, as well as a syringe and a small bag with brown powder. You've seen enough to know what the bag contains. You lift it up and show it to Igor and Yevgeny. Yevgeny grins and looks at his golden watch. It's far too expensive for a guy on a policeman's salary. You check the victim's arms, but find no needle marks. Then you put a pen through the trigger of the guard of the Makarov and lift the gun up to examine it. These pistols are used in the army and the police force. You hand the gun to Igor, who bags it for evidence. Then you get up and take a couple of steps back to memorize the scene. Every single surface, right down to the toilet covers, is covered in scribbles and graffiti. The thought of even uttering these slogans stuff, was unimaginable just 10 years ago. Now you see them everywhere. The mirror hanging above the sink is intact. There are strings of letters and numbers jotted on the top edge of it. You step in front of the mirror, wet your finger, and touch one of the scribbles. The water-based marker wipes off easily. In other words, it's brand new. I guess this is what's written. Is that a Cyrillic alphabet? What kind of alphabet is that? Maybe it is. You write down the words. Oh, this is just art. These are the words written. You write down the words. Bad cop. It wasn't a robbery, you say, and turn to face your colleagues. Nothing was taken. What would anyone do with a bunch of rubles anyway? Evgeny says, grinning, and adds, Happy Victory Day, Major Liba. Here ends part 1. Now take the evidence card marked start and read it. Okay, a very nice setup. A sort of noir, 1989 noir setup in a collapsing Soviet Union full of drugs and crime. Very well told. Let's go back here. All right, so we read the introduction. Collect the evidence cards you turn on the table, connected by red, green, and blue, yellow strings. They form your evidence board. Okay, I remember this from Brooklyn, from the first one we played, but I don't remember exactly the mechanic here. Once you read part 1 of the story from the book, take the evidence card marked start. Okay, so here is our evidence card. So we take the start. All right. This is the first card on your evidence board and where your work begins. Turn the card, read the text snippet, find the highlighted word. Now look for a matching object in the crime scene image. See it? Take the evidence card that matches the number of the cell the object is in. Check if you have the right card by matching a string on the new evidence card to the string on the front of the evidence card mark. Sorry, starting to come back to me. This is actually a clever little mechanic here. Different games have different ways of telling you that you've found the right answer to a card. This one works by connecting these strings. Okay, so you match a string on the answer card to the one that gave you the question. Don't rotate any of the cards. If the strings match, it's time to solve the first puzzle. Okay, so you don't rotate them. They have to line up. You can see they can be offset, but they don't rotate. If the strings don't match, put the card back and try again. To read more about what to do, see solving the puzzle. Okay, so that's the basic outline of how to play. And then there's some description of extra cards. If you get stuck, there's a hint deck. Okay, so look, no internet use, just a hint deck if you get stuck. The word you end up finding is in the story. It's not an object. Check the paragraph, line, and word again. If the word's still wrong, you've solved the puzzle wrong. For the mistake, you lose a reputation card. Go back and see where you might have gone wrong. Okay, so if you find something that's not right, you lose a reputation card. That's here. So I guess these are our punishment. We may take these for other reasons as well. Let's keep reading here. Extra cards. Are there black and white strings on the puzzle side of the evidence card? Then you need to look for more evidence cards. How many black and white strings do you see? That's how many extra cards you need to solve the puzzle. Picture on the original evidence card gives you a clue about what you're looking for. Think logically, follow your instincts. What in the crime scene image could be connected to the image on the card? So let's look at our first card here, and then maybe some of this will make a little more sense. Okay, so we've got a little bit of a string. The 11 might just be the unique card number. You're sitting on the balcony of your apartment, sipping vodka, staring at the concrete wall of the next tower block over. You can see a light in a few windows. You can see light in a few windows. Tatiana steps out and puts her hand on your shoulders. A penny for your thoughts? You sigh. My younger colleagues drive fancy cars and live in fancy houses. I feel like a used up battery. Tatiana squeezes your shoulders. They're dishonest. Maybe I should be too. You do not see your wife's face, but you know she's smiling. You're not like that. Tatiana goes back inside. Your thoughts return to Vladimir Konev, the young medical student who died on the floor of a filthy nightclub with his pockets full of rubles and pure heroin. Something in that picture is wrong. Now that you think of it, nothing about it is right. Start with the blank clipboard pinned to the wall. Starting with the blank clipboard pinned to the wall. Okay, so you can see the word clipboard is underlined. So it's telling us to find the clipboard here and then draw the card with that number. So I can show this to you full screen, but what I did do is ahead of time, which is something we did before, I scanned it so we can more easily look around. Okay, so I see the clipboard right there. Blank clipboard on the wall. Okay, so I'm not sure we need the digital version. If we used this version here, we would just zoom into it here. So not much of a difference, but maybe the digital one lets us look a little more detailed. Okay, so it's grid 6 is our clipboard. All right, so let me remind myself. If we just go grab card 6. All right, so we read part 1, we took evidence card 1, and this is going to start forming our evidence map, which connects. Take the evidence card that matches the number of the cell the object is in. Okay, so we found the clipboard in 6, so we would take evidence card 6, and then we quickly flip it over, and, well, actually, look, the lines on the back match. So look, you could check it. You can check it without even flipping it over. These aren't generic. All of the lines on each of the cards are custom. So I think these are going to be the same lines that are on the other side. It's just it lets you check it without flipping it. That's pretty clever. Didn't remember that. All right, so we would see that yes, it matches. And we flip it over. All right, so one thing that's interesting is there are lines here that aren't here. Not sure what that's about. All right, so here's this. We've got some medical, we've got a bag, some keys I see, looks like a fire extinguisher, a blue line coming off, and an A plus X plus Y, you know, blank plus blank, and another symbol. So let's go to the rules and see what that's all about. It's discussed here. So here we go. Let's understand this. Okay, so we did this. We took the evidence card. We lined it up. It matches. Okay. Now, let's see. Black and white strings on the puzzle side of the evidence card. So that's this side here. Sorry for all the zooming in and zooming out. So I don't think we have black and white strings on the puzzle side. We have them here, but I don't think that's relevant. I think it only matters what's here. So it means that this is self-contained, I guess. And then it says if you see this symbol on the evidence card, you don't need to find any extra evidence cards. Just add up the numbers of the cells the cards guide you to look for. Once you've solved the puzzle, place the extra evidence cards aside. They're not needed on the evidence board. Can't figure out what to do, go do the if you're stuck thing. So that just tells you can go for hints. All right, let's see. Some puzzles add extra cards. That's the black lines. There are black and white lines. You need to look for more evidence cards. Okay, what about this? Crime file. They tell you to go back to the story to read at the start and look for a paragraph, a line, and a word. Okay, so if we see a crime file thing, that tells us to find text in the storybook. That's why it says like paragraph 5, line 3, word 6. Then we would look that up. All right. Solving the puzzles. You found the right evidence card. Now it's time to solve the puzzle. Some puzzles are more difficult than others, so approach them from different perspectives. Just remember, the solution to every puzzle is a series of numbers. When you think you've got the right answer figured out, write it down. Check the crime file card with the letter that matches the letter on the evidence card. If your solution is among the options on the crime file card, you can move on to the next stage. They're black and whites, they're extra cards. Next to the answer on the card, you'll find a series of numbers like this. They tell you to go back to the story you've read and to look for a numbered paragraph, a line, and a word. The word you find in the text guides you to the next object you need to look for in the crime scene image. For example, 1553 means 15th paragraph, 5 line, third word. Take the card that matches the object you've seen. Okay, so I get that part. I'm not sure if this is not sure if this is a generic thing, meaning if it's generic, well, I think we're supposed to add up the cells where all of these things can be found. So I don't think it's that there are two. It's just generically telling us to add up the numbers. So if we find this, then we find this, we add these up. We're working on puzzle A. Just need a reminder here. Solution to every puzzle is a series of numbers. So maybe it just does want to. When we find the right series of numbers, we check the crime file card with the letter that matches the letter of the evidence card. Okay, so evidence cards, this is A. So when we think we know the answer, we turn over this. And this is going to tell us what the sequence of numbers we should have found is. Okay, let me check in with the chat here. A little bit of discussion here. Evgeny seems very suspicious. Nuka says, I'm a fan of the analog approach for hints. Do you think these wealthy cops are stealing the evidence, drugs, and selling them? Yeah, well, bad cop, but maybe not our specific cops that are bad. All right, so I guess the first question is, though, whether we think this is just two numbers that we're supposed to be finding, or we're adding all of these up. But I guess we can start finding these. So it doesn't translate the best for a live stream. Anything with a visual searching. Let's see, maybe do I have to hide myself so you can see it better? Okay, let's see. What are we looking for? Do I have the overlay on this? Not really. Well, let's see. You might have an easier time seeing this than me if you've got your screen. Boy, this is going to make you dizzy, though, if I do this constantly. So I'm looking for keys. I don't see them on the table. I do see a bottle of wine, some blood, some batteries down there. Maybe we should just take a look at this scene a bit. Okay, so that looks like maybe... Is that this thing here? I need to put this green overlay on that. Is that thing? No, I don't think so. I don't think that. Maybe we'll do the physical one for now. Okay, I don't think this, is it? It's a fire extinguisher. There's a card, some film tapes, glasses, cassette player. There's a VHS tape. This is some crazy scene here, huh? Photographs. Wallet. Is this the keys? Is this the key ring right here? So they don't match exactly the photo I can see, but I believe that that might be trying to give us the key ring. So I still don't have a great feel for this, but let me just write down that the keys seem to be in 8, if those are the right keys, in fact. And so maybe this down here is what it's looking for here. Maybe this is an abstract fire extinguisher. Do you see any better fire extinguisher on the wall? There are numbers here and there. Yes, I see. There's like a 1, a 6, a 4. Some numbers written on the bathroom wall. There's some blood. Where is this symbol here? Looks like a briefcase with a medical briefcase. Where is that? Is it easier to look at it? What's easier? Is it easier to look at on the screen? We zoom? I just feel like it's going to make you dizzy. I do it with one. No. This might be one of these things where I can put this in the Discord and you could download and look at this on your own. Tank on the floor, not a fire extinguisher. Yeah, I don't see it. Well, we can try it and we can see for our first puzzle. Okay, so let's just write down that the tank is on 30. All right, now what about this medical box? And Tina says, I don't think we are looking for items. Well, okay, let's reread what it said about this. There are specific instructions. It says, if you see this symbol, you don't need to find any extra evidence cards. Just add up the numbers of the cells the cards guide you to look for. So we're supposed to add up the numbers of the cells that the card guides us to look for. So this card is telling us what cells to find. I see this. So it feels like we're supposed to be finding the cells with these things in it. I think we've also got a crowbar. I think this is a visual puzzle. There's a crowbar. There's the tank. There's the keys. There's also this symbol. which could be right there. Is that 0, 0, 0? That's not the C, but is it? Okay, there's another symbol, but it's not the C. All right, so I do think we are supposed to be doing what we're doing. A little bit of visual search. So see if you can find the medical briefcase and the letter C with the dot on it. What's down there in the lower left? It's another tank of some sort and a poker chip. Okay, well, there's the crowbar. So there's our 27 is our crowbar. First aid kit on 12, says Kurt. Okay, let's see. First aid kit, there you go. Kurt found it. Okay, so first aid kit is 12. So that's 4 things. Are there more than the 4 things? Is there something else here in this image? Oh, we still have to find this. But let's see, is there anything else hidden here? Like what's this stuff here? Like there's the keys, there's the crowbar, there's the fire extinguisher tank, which I'm not convinced we found. What's this? What are these rings here? You see these rings? Is that something we can find it? Matt says, I think I found the proper tank in 14. Okay, let's see. I'd like to find a better tank because I'm not thrilled with the one we found. Okay, there's 14. I don't see any tank. There's no tank in 14 that I can see. Oh, I see what you're saying right there. Okay, well, you're absolutely right. So there's our first little trick that... There's your first little trick. It's in 13, not 14, but yes, I think you're right. That is our fire extinguisher with the fire extinguisher hose down there. Let me show it. Let me move it so you can see the number. Okay, so that's a good lesson for us. The tank did not look quite right, and it wasn't. 13. Okay. Now, we need to still find that backwards C. It looks like it's on an LED screen, but it's clearly not this LED screen because that's just zeros. So where is our C? Okay, so just to clarify the 14 versus 13 debate, it's a little confusing because we've got this line of the pillar here, but so here's the pillar line is irrelevant. So 14 is here. So you're absolutely right. The tank is in 14. You're absolutely right. Okay, this line is the confusing thing right there. All right, so we've got the tank now. Where is that backwards C? During the break, I will try to get it so I can do the green overlay. I don't have it here, do I? No, I need to fix that. Okay, so we've got the 14, right? Okay, now where is the C? Where is the digital C? I see that symbol can be just written on things like this. Here's another symbol written on this. So we shouldn't expect to necessarily find a digital display. Could be anywhere. Could be written. Do we need to do a full scan of the scene? If you've got a better way for me to let you scroll through this. There's an L down there. I see lots of graffiti here. There's another symbol in our lower left. So you can see one of the little gimmicks of this game is this visual search thing. Has someone found the symbol yet? Let's see. What about the chains in 10? You think the chains are the... Okay, let's see. D says, how about the lighted signage in 8? And Susanna says, what about the chains in 10? And D agrees. Okay, let's see what we've got here. All right, so you're thinking that these chains here are the match for the thing that we can't see in the background. I think you're right. They're little oval chains. Okay, good. Sneaky. You can see this is a visual. This is the visual element here. Okay. All right, so let's put our chains. Boy, they're really throwing us into the deep end in the beginning. Okay, the chains were in 10. All right, now, and then Susanna or D said the lighted signage in 8. You think that's where we're going to get the backwards C? That's definitely not our backwards C. But it does look like there could be some information there. What about 2022? Are we comfortable that these keys are the keys that are being talked about here? Because they're not the right shape. I'm a little concerned. They look very different. I don't think we got the right keys, to be honest. So I think we might still be looking for keys. What's up here on this thing? There's another poker chip. This is some crazy crime scene, I'll tell you. I don't think we have the right keys. This looks like a hypodermic needle here in the back. Can you see that? I need to give it to you differently. Okay. Keys look wrong. Anna agrees. I see lots of poker chips. I guess the thing to comfort yourself with is that there's a little corkscrew here. In the beginning, this might be more painful, but as we get comfortable and understand this image more, maybe it'll flow a little more smoothly as we go. Magnifying glass, glasses. What's up there in the rafters there? A bottle, a bone. More bottles in the rafters. I mean, they are keys, but they don't look like our... They are keys, but they're not our keys. And where is our symbol? Where is our C? During the break, when we take our break, I will upload the image for you to search through on your own. No symbols down there. With turn this off. What's behind here? I see necktie ties, glasses. Well, any thoughts here? Look closer at the cassette player, says Perry. Okay, let's look closer at the cassette player. Nothing jumps out. There's lots of graffiti here. You might get symbols, but I don't see any keys or the letter C. Oh, strange. Got some tapes, more colored poker chip, more playing card. You know, I'll tell you what. This is actually half of our symbol here. Take a look at comparing that with our symbol. Like that's the rotated, but is it got a diamond? No, it's got a hollow top. I thought for sure I had found that this was going to be half of our symbol, but this one is hollow. Circle at the top, not a diamond, but maybe it's a clue that we shouldn't be looking for a C. We should be looking for that symbol in multiple parts. Like, what about that? Is it possible that these two combine to make our symbol? What do you think about that idea? Like you rotate these two, you could get our symbol. Like you keep that left part exactly as it is. Boy, that's a big pen, huh? Where's my... I should know how to use this a little bit better. Okay, anyway, point is that this one here, if we just rotate it clockwise 90 degrees, it would fit right under the other one. Okay, now I need to figure out how to make it let me change the thickness of the pen. Where is that? I don't know how to use this as well as I should. Okay. All right, so if we think that's our C, since we don't have a better look at it, we're going to say the C symbol is 11, grid 11. That still leaves the keys. DJ Moneycut says the C seems separate, different art style, and not touching the other items. I think that's just a trick. I think that's just a trick on us. But we're going to find out eventually. But now, what do we think about the keys? Like, they're of a different style, but we haven't found any better keys. They're like of a very different style. And Tina says, use the keys. Kurt says, I'm typing on phone, watching on TV, probably desync, but you're 100% right. 11 is the entire C in two parts. Okay, so Kurt agrees with our C idea. All right, so shall we try to use the keys and see what happens? We're going to learn a lot from this first puzzle to see how much of a stretch things are and how abstract things are. I feel like the keys are wrong. The fact that they've got very different teeth feels like they're wrong to me. What's your gut? What does everyone's gut tell them about whether the keys are going to be right? We're going to learn in our first puzzle. Well, if there are no other keys, then I think the keys in Teneriffe. Well, I mean, that goes without saying. If there are no other keys, the question is, are there other keys that we're not seeing? I see a microphone back there. There's no keys with the chains. And it's easy to hide stuff here. True, though. We don't see any other keys. No keys on the ground. What's over here in this left? Can't really see anything. Shall we try the keys? Matt says, my gut tells me it's the wrong keys. Perry says, if the keys are the same, it's sloppy artwork, and I don't think it is. Let's see, we've got some people here. Little photos of people. We've got a knife, newspapers. I feel like, I mean, here we have a ring of keys, and the teeth are wrong. And in our photo, we don't have a ring of keys. They're just loose keys. It's really hard to say. What's this? Just a cigarette? No keys, huh? You'd expect the keys. There's a little soccer ball down here. I mean, there's some very cleverly hidden stuff. Well, if those are the right keys, we're going to be disappointed because it means every time we search, we have to allow that the art can be very different. But if they're the wrong keys, we're going to be mad at ourselves. I should do this full so you can see it better. We got our fire extinguisher already. We could just be looking for, well, I think maybe we'll try the keys because it'll tell us what we're dealing with here. And if we're wrong, we'll allow ourselves to go back and find them. All right, so. Boy, this is, it feels like it could have used an easier puzzle to ease us into this. But okay, so here's our list of what we've got. So it tells us in the rules, we just add up the numbers. Okay, crowbar was 27, right? Okay. So 22, 49, 59, 61, 71, 82 is what I get. Let's see if that's right. 21, 33, 50, 60, 74, 82. Okay, so I get 82. Kurt says the fire extinguisher looks different in the two pictures, so I think the keys are right. Well, that's a very good point. What Kurt is saying is that if you look at the fire extinguisher here and you look at the fire extinguisher where we're convinced we see it, which is here, it's actually, the fire extinguisher is not an exact match. This one's got a bend in it, in the handle. So that convinces Kurt that the things don't have to be, maybe I can find my way to change the size down a bit. Okay. That's a little bit better. Okay. All right, let's give it a try. So we're going to look at the crime file here for puzzle A. Crime file A. Okay, so look at what it's saying. We look for our answer on this sheet. We find it. 82,521. Now we need to follow the instructions here. Add up the numbers. Once you've solved the puzzle, okay, solving the puzzles. We found the right evidence card. Now it's time to solve the puzzles. Check the crime file card with the letter. If your solution is among the options, you can move on to the next stage. So it is among the options. We found our answer is C. Okay. Next to the answer on your card, you'll find a series of numbers, 521. So that's where we look up here in the storybook. So we're looking up here 521 because that was our answer. 521. So we want page 5. No, paragraph 5, line 2, word 1, on. Right? 15th paragraph, 5th line, and the 3rd word. Take the card that matches the object you found in the story. 521. Does that mean we're wrong, or either there's a cell here that means on, or we're wrong? Boy, that's confusing. Why would that be the case? Why would they have a wrong number go to an ambiguous word? Boy, that's weird. That's very confusing and weird. Try leaving out the symbol. So you're thinking that this was not part of the things we were supposed to find, but is something else. Okay, so if this was not part of the symbols we were supposed to find, and we leave out the 11, we would get 71. But why on earth, if you know that people might try this, then you would know that they would get 82 if 71 was the right answer. Okay, let's say 71 was the right answer. 744. I mean, boy, now I'm gonna have. Okay, let's just do it first. 744 would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Would be wallet. So, but boy, that would be a terrible. That's a terrible self-inflicted wound of puzzle design. Why on God's earth would you put fake answers that are likely to be hit by a misunderstanding of the rule that gets you to a word that could be the right thing? That just seems very poorly designed, but I think Jonathan is right that we weren't supposed to try to find this symbol. Boy, that's terrible design on the first puzzle, but okay. It makes sense that our second guess here, 71, 744, brings us to wallet, because we did see a wallet in the scene. All right, so what we could do for fun is we could look at the hint for A, which we've now solved. Let's take a look at this. Find the hidden items, add up the locations in the crime scene image. There are 5 separate objects to be found. Okay, so let's see if that clarifies for us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Indeed, the C symbol was not an object to find. Okay. The ridiculous part about that puzzle, everything was fine, and you can absolutely have it be that the players have to figure out this is not part of it. But why you would have that answer here is crazy. Okay. It is there exactly for that point. That's their intention. Also to Jesse, that could be even more explicit, like pointing to the word the or something that could not be the symbol. Okay, so Jonathan and Antina, who have been playing some more serious puzzle games, like that this was a fake decoy. I do not. I do not. I think the right way to do that is to have a fake decoy, but then have it not be in the list. So, okay, a little difference of opinion about how a puzzle, what's a fair puzzle, but regardless, we have connected these two. This is going to stay on our map. We have gotten the answer, which is puzzle, which is wallet. Now, where did we see that wallet? It was over here, right? There's our wallet in grid 19. Okay, so we go get grid 19, sell evidence card 19. And that's our next piece, our next puzzle to solve, but we will take a break first and come back and solve that. You've gotten a feel for how this game works, a little frustrating. And Tina says, many people in the chat thought that the symbol is not part of the game. That part is completely fair. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not arguing that the C was clearly part of the puzzle. My only argument is that if you design a puzzle and the C is not part of it, then when you look up the answer, it should be clear to you that that's wrong. And pointing to the, having a line for it and pointing to a word that could be represented on this map is not correct. Okay, but maybe it says it has to point to an object. Maybe it always has to be an object. It doesn't look like it though. Okay, it does say matches the object. So maybe when you see the word on, you know it's not an object, but that, okay, well, we'll put that aside. We don't have to argue about it. Now, there's no telling on these cards, force telling you to get a reputation card. So I guess we have to follow these rules on our own. The cards don't remind us to take a reputation card or what they do. The game says when you need to take a hint, you take a reputation card. Okay, so we just have to remind ourselves, we'll try to avoid taking hints. And then what else is in this document that we haven't seen? This looks like just a cut down version of the rules. There's 32 evidence cards. Sometimes they contain text snippets. Reputation, if you go wrong, you lose a reputation. Different answer options. And then these are hint cards. The box contains everything you need. Trust your instincts. Okay, I don't know why there's a one-page version of the here's the rules, and then there's also this. So a little strange, like why wouldn't this just be the first page in here? I don't know. Okay, and then something about making the final decision. All right, well, you've seen how the game is, what the game is like. You might think by listening to me that we're done, we just took a whiff of it. But no, we're going to come back and play the full game. But this is a good time for you to off-ramp if this doesn't interest you, or it does interest you and you think you might want to get the game and play it yourself. You could see how this might be a fun game part, the visual search to do as a group. You could have people studying this. It's the kind of thing that kids would like to do, except it's an 18 plus game, so it's not appropriate for them. The chat is still trying to convince me that, I guess the chat is divided into two camps now. There's the camp that thinks I'm right about the C puzzle, the camp that thinks I'm wrong, and the camp that's arguing something differently. All right. Well, this is why it helps to have a team here. Jonathan says we can take a vote. All right, we'll take a vote when we come back, but for now we'll have a break. I'll see some of you when we come back. YouTube says 22 concurrent viewers, which is kind of shocking to me that you're able to not get sick. During the break, I will put the image at high res on the Discord for people who want to study it without having to look at the screen. I'll try to fix so I can get the green screen overlay on the tablet view so you can more easily compare. And I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. You're watching Co-op for Two. YouTube says viewer count has dropped down to 16, but 11 likes. And I can see I forgot to switch over one of my scenes as I was fixing the overlay. In fact, I should be able to actually switch that from here. Cycle tab. That's not working anymore. That's okay. I do it manually. Yes. Okay. So let's just test this out to see if I've done this properly. So if we're looking at this now, can I put a card on the screen while we look? Yes. Okay. That's good. All right, so thank you for joining me, helping me solve this case. It's clear I will need the help. It may take us several more hours to play. One thing you can say about this game is it is unique in this visual search element to these games. I mean, a lot of these puzzle games have a little bit of, you have to spot something on a card, but none of them have this big giant scene of visual stuff. All right, so we've started to build our evidence map here that we're going to connect. And at the end, we're going to have a full map and then have to solve a larger puzzle. But for now, let us look at the new card, which we got by coming up with a number, looking it up. Oh, I did want to point out one more thing. Okay, so we looked it up. We thought maybe the answer was 82, but our second best guess was 71 because 82 is with the C. Okay, you know all that. Now, so let me get back to the reputation card thing, because this is actually they've done 13 of these. I really think they could do a little bit better job with the instructions. I had the same, Sherlock Files had the same situation where they've condensed the rules into an admirable 2 pages, but really they needed to do better. So let me point out something that is ambiguous and confusing. I talked about the reputation card mechanic, right? This is basically your score. When you need help, when something bad happens, you take one of these. That's going to be your score. They're told, if I remember correctly, in a story fashion, so they give you a little bit of story. But now let me point something out. So here it says, if you get stuck. Let's take a look at this for a second. If you realize you're stuck, you can check the hint card. But if you do, you lose a reputation card. Set it aside. Okay. Now look at the second paragraph. Here's the heading, if you get stuck, take a hint card. But now look at the second paragraph. If the word you end up finding in the story is not an object of some kind, so that does clear up the question we had when we found the word on, we should have known that's a preposition, we should have known, that should tell us we can't find the word on. It has to be an object. But look what it says. The word you end up finding is not an object of some kind. Check the paragraph. If the word is still wrong, you've solved the puzzle wrong. For the mistake, you lose a reputation card. Go back and see where you might have gone wrong. So now look. First of all, this is a very important little piece of information. If it's not an object of some kind, it's wrong. So why this is under a sidebar of if you get stuck. And the second problem here with these rules is this seems to be a rule that has nothing to do with if you get stuck and taking a hint. This should be under, did you get the puzzle right? So this seems to say that anytime we look up the answer to a puzzle and we're wrong, like we did, that it wants us to take a reputation card, regardless of whether we take a hint card or not. Or should we be reading this to say that we only get penalized if we're wrong and we take a hint? Literal reading of this, the logical reading seems to be that if you get stuck, you take a hint, and then if you're wrong after you take a hint, you get a punishment. But I don't think that's how it's meant to be. I think it's meant to be that if you're wrong, which should be down here, here's how you try to solve it. You look it up, and the next thing it should say, this paragraph here should be here, right? This should be here. And this should be its own little sidebar here. Does everyone agree on that? All right, I'm not going to give us our punishment for our first time. We're not going to take a reputation card for our first one because of the unclear instructions. But for the rest of the game, should we decide on a number and look it up and it's wrong, we're going to take a reputation punishment. And some of you at home will be saying that we should take one already, but that's not why you're at home and I'm here, but that's the difference. I'm here, I get to make that ruling. All right, let's read our new evidence card for the wallet. You go inside, pick up the receiver, and call a car to pick you up. You cannot help but think that someone at the KGB headquarters is listening to the phone call and recording it with a cassette recorder. Underlined. Maybe I should use these so that we don't have to permanently stay zoomed in each time. When you return to the nightclub, it's closed. A couple of passed out people are still leaning against the wall in the doorway. A third is collapsed on the grass. Igor, who has ended up driving you around again, yawns, trying to hide his tiredness. You're about to pick the lock, but Igor tries the door. It's open. You step into the dark space. Igor pulls out a flashlight. The music and the people are gone. Only the stench and the graffiti covering the walls linger. All right, so we've got cassette recorder. Now, this one connects here like this. I believe that this answer still forms part of our thing. It's only the black and white cards that don't go out. All right, so we're gonna see if we can't build this little map as we go and keep it. I'm using these little removable stickers. You can read about them on my video for 7 Citadel DIY tips, just to make it easier for us to move this around. Okay, cassette recorder. So as we predicted, it's going to be easier for us to play this game because as we go, because we've studied this picture so much. So we already noticed where there's a cassette recorder here, 20. So I believe it's as simple now as going to get evidence card 20 for our cassette recorder. Now, here's our 20. How do we know this is the right card? It's because it can connect to this. That's our hint, at least, that it's correct. Okay. So here's our first use of a black and white rope. All right, so what are we looking at here? It's a black and white rope pointing to here. I believe we're supposed to infer logically that we're looking for the cassette tape that goes in there. That's pretty cute. That's pretty cute. All right, so I believe what we're doing now is we are looking in here for an auxiliary piece of evidence on our grid that is the black and white rope, which I believe is a cassette tape. Now, that's a VHS tape there, but I'm pretty sure we saw a cassette tape. Does anyone remember where? Was it up in the ceiling area somewhere? There's another VHS tape meant to throw us off our track. Is it on the desk somewhere? I see a matchbox. I feel like it was on a wall or something somewhere. In the rafters. Am I wrong? Or am I on the wrong path? The wrong trail? Where's my channel go? 20, says the chat. No, 20 was the cassette tape. That's what we're already on. We're on card 20. Question is, to get the rest of the puzzle, we're in this situation here. Let's see. Some puzzles need extra cards to be solved. If there are black and white strings on the puzzle side of the card, you need to look for more evidence cards. So that's what we're doing. We're looking for an evidence card that is related to card 20. And I think it's telling us that we're missing a cassette tape. Either that or we're looking for this symbol. That could be the other alternative. But I thought I remembered seeing cassette tape, but maybe I'm just remembering seeing a VHS tape. Ah, no, there it is, right there. Okay, so I think card 17, grid cell 17 here, is where our cassette tape is. Harry said 13. Let me look at 13. I think Perry was just thinking 13 was 17. Okay, so let's go get 17 and see if we're right. So now, do these connect? Is there any way for us to see that these are correct? So on the back, they don't look like they're right. They don't line up. I still think this is the right card. Let's see if we're right. Okay, so you cannot, for some reason, the black and whites don't line up this way. So you have to take a chance. What happens if you get the wrong card? You get punished? The rules don't say. Okay, but here is the connection. Reagan's ray gun. All right, so this was part of this, which was part of this. I thought it said the black and white cards don't form part of the evidence map, but surely here it looks like they do. All right, let's connect these. Although I don't know if we should connect the last card because Reagan's ray gun looks like it's music. Now this is the puzzle now. These two cards, the cassette player and Reagan's ray gun, are the puzzle. Now we saw a poster here. So I believe we're just meant to go get card 11. In fact, are we meant to understand that this should have two more evidence cards we should find? So I believe we found one of them, but are we meant to think that there's another one that we should know how to find? I mean, let's just start with the one we can find, Reagan's ray gun. So Reagan's ray gun is at 11. And you see 14? Let me see. What do you see at 14? Oh, very well spotted. Okay. So we've actually got two squares, two cells that have posters for Reagan's ray gun. Okay. Well, there we have it. And that explains why there's two black and whites attaching to Reagan's ray gun. I don't know if that's a real band. Okay, 11 and 14 then. All right, that's cute. 11 and 14. Very visual game. If you're listening to this in a podcast form while you're driving, this is not going to work. Okay, let's take a look at these cards then. Here's Reagan's ray gun, and he's shooting lasers out of his eyes. And we've got a musical puzzle. I sure hope my musical people are in the channel because... All right, well, we've got doubling. Half goes to 1, 1 doubles to 2, 2 doubles to 4. And we've got those notes in here. Like there's our 2 note. There's our 2. There's our 2. But all right, so this is the, okay, so this is a different kind of puzzle. We don't have that plus symbol, which means it's not a matter of finding cards and adding them together. It's going to be a series of numbers. All solutions are a series of numbers. And how do we look up? Where do we look this up? So I gather that what we're meant to understand is that this is puzzle. So remember, these all go together here. Okay, so these go with this. All right, so I gather that the answer to this puzzle is a sequence of numbers that we're going to find up by looking up C. In other words, crime file C is going to have candidate sequences to see if our answer is right. So we're not adding things now. It's just a sequence of numbers. But what is it asking of us? And what is this saying? Does this want us to say that it's... Okay, so look, here are the two symbols. This is here, and this is here. Are those real musical symbols? I don't know. And is it trying to ask us what's the ratio? Like add this line, add this line, and give the ratio? Although this symbol has the colon, so maybe this, it's not a colon here. It's just this is one symbol and this is the other. I think that makes more sense. So the colon is part of this symbol here. But now, what is it really asking us to add these? I mean, I get that this note here matches this too, but do you really need to know how to read music to know how you would read these other notes? That doesn't seem sensible. Professor B says the colon is a symbol for the bass. So this is the bass you would play. In piano, you've got, with sheet music, there's a line for your left hand and a line for your right hand, I believe. So Professor B is saying this is your bass line. This would be your left hand side where there's bass notes. D says maybe it will form a word using the table. This is not going to form a word. The solution is always going to be a sequence of numbers. Let me just make sure there's nothing written here that we should care about. I see that there are notes here, but they're the same notes that are shown on our card. So there's nothing extra here. So we've got two questions. Assuming that we can get a number associated with each note, we could add up that line and add up that line. The question is, first of all, the question is, what is it asking us? What sequence of numbers? It doesn't want just one number. It wants a sequence of numbers. So the first question is, what form of answer is it expecting from us? And then the second question is, can we figure out how to assign numbers to each of these notes? And if we could, what do we do? Now, what about this? Is there any sense to what he's shooting out his eyes? Is he looking at something? I mean, if you follow the lines from the eyes, they sort of, it doesn't feel like that's anything. If you follow these lines, they go like this. They're sort of hitting the top of that. Okay, sorry, just trying to. It just want one number? It's possible that it just wants one number, but I'll just remind you what it actually says. The solution to every puzzle is a series of numbers. And normally it looks like this. So it's possible that a series of numbers includes a series of one number. But every puzzle answer is a series of numbers. Could be a series of one. The previous puzzle was just one number. That's true. That's true. Although it does say explicitly, when you see this, you're supposed to add it up and get a number. Is it the solution? The solution to every puzzle. I think maybe they're saying the solution to every puzzle is a sequence of 3 numbers. That's just that's a bad word. The solution, maybe when they say solution, they mean this thing, not the actual solution. That's a poor explanation. Okay. And Tina says now, when you see that symbol, is that you don't need another card? I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean. What symbol is that you don't need another card? D says, sum the numbers in the C clef table and divide to the sum of the numbers in the G clef, the symbol with the 2 squares. No, it doesn't mean you don't need another card. It means more than that. It means you're right, but it's bad instructions. It doesn't just mean you don't need any more cards. It also means add up the numbers of the cells. Okay. Now we know we don't need any more because we found the 2 black and whites. Okay, so D has some suggestion that is not enough for me to make sense of it. Okay. Let's see. D says a ratio compares 2 coins by division with dividend or divide. Okay, whatever. Well, okay. So let's look at the chat because you're not it's not working. It's not sufficient to follow. So let's take it more simply. The first question is, what does it want? This looks like a ratio because of the colon, but not really because the colon is part of this symbol. So we've just got this symbol followed by this symbol. You're coming up with answers that say this is 18, this is 12, and you are assuming it's division. But the first question is, how are you getting 18? I guess you're jumping to some solution to this, how we give these notes numbers. But let's start there then. We can see this note is this 2. But how do we make sense out of the rest of it? How are you assigning numbers to these? I don't know how to assign, I don't know how to match these to these. what makes this a 2? That it's on the second line down? That makes these 4s? That makes 4. This makes this a 3.5. So I don't know how you get numbers on these. Is it that this is a... But when you say this is a single note, and these are half notes and quarter notes, why that doesn't match this? So I don't know how to... Do we need to know how to read music to make sense of this? Okay, it does no good to post in the channel the final answer. That does me no good. It has to be worked through. So we got 2 parts to figure this out. One is, how would we label these notes? And the second one is, what form does the final answer take? Just don't understand how this labeling helps us here. This is the only symbol that we seem to have a direct match for. Well, the upside down one, I don't... Feels like we are supposed to calculate numbers for these rows and thus for each note. I just don't know. Okay, let's see what the chat... Maybe I'll just put the chat up here. And Tina says the division is 18 by 12. Okay, that makes no sense to me. Don't know. The others are the symbols connected together. Okay, that makes no sense to me. Harry says flag count of 3 is a 1. Multiply times number of occurrences in a single expression. That also really doesn't make any sense to me. And Tina says, for example, the first symbol in the first row is 2 1s together. Okay. We'll put it... can put it like this. First symbol in the first row is 2 1s together. Okay, so you think this with the 3 lines this way is a 1 because it's got 3 lines. It doesn't matter if it's upside down or right side up. Okay, well, if it doesn't matter if it's upside down or right side up, then you're just saying we just count this is a 1, so 1 plus 1 is 2. And then this is a 2, 2, so that's a 4. And then this is... I can't even see with my eyes on the screen. We think this is how many lines here? 4 lines. So we're saying that those 4 lines are halves. So that's... Okay. Boy, I find that very strange that... Well, I mean, it's as good a guess as any, but... All right, so you think on the top row, it's 2 3 flags. So a 3 flag is 1, so you're getting 1 plus 1 there. And then two flags, you're getting 2 plus 2 there. And then four half flags. 1/2 plus 1/2 plus 1/2 plus 1/2. I mean, obviously I can do this addition. I'm just keeping it explicit here. And then we've got again, wait, I just can't, it's so hard to see that on the lines counting 4, 3, but we think that's again 4 times 1/2. I guess that's 2. And then a single 2. And 2 plus 4 is 6. Plus 2 is that, I just can't see that enough. 4 lines. Okay. So 2, 4, 6 plus 2 is 8 plus 10, 12. Okay, so I get 12, but okay, there's 12. And then the channel added the same thing for the bottom line. You got 18. So top line. So this is 1812. Do it like that. 1812. Well, 1812 is a Beethoven, right? Beethoven 1812. Yeah, okay. Now, let me ask you something before I go and look this up. Is this a musical notation thing that you know, that in music you know that this 3 flag symbol, well, let's take this 4 flag symbol here, that this 4 flag symbol that you, if I showed you this and this, you would know they mean the same thing? Like this one with these lines on the bottom connecting, you know intuitively because of music that this and this symbol are the same, whereas when I look at it, I say nothing could be more different between this and this. These have the notes at the top going down, the lines, straight lines running through them, and this has the notes at the top with curly lines. And Tina says, yes, it's for how long the note lasts. I thought when I looked at this, this is the quarter note because there's 4 of them connecting together. So that's why I'm really getting thrown off here by this being a half note. DJ Moneycut says, no, that's not how notation really works. 4 flags would be a 32nd note. The more lines, the less it lasts. I just thought when you put 4 notes and tie them together, that's a quarter of a note, but DJ Moneycut says, no, that's, I thought maybe if you had a time stamp, a time period here, like this is 4s, quarters, whatever, but all right. Well, I mean, this is a reasonable solution. Is 1812 the Beethoven thing? Is that should be our clue that this is the right answer? Well, I'm sure it's got to be frustrating to watch this, but okay, I'm not going to apologize for it. I'm not thrilled with this puzzle, but okay. I don't see any reason to divide. I just see 1812. The only reason you can put them together is they all have the same, last the same. Well, okay, that's sort of neither here nor there. All right, let's check our answer here. So the next question we have to ask is, what answer card do we look at? I believe that's what this C is telling us. We're on our last puzzle, the number of the puzzle, the number of the answer was this black and red A. but we don't have one here telling us what puzzle this is. Furthermore, this symbol is like this symbol, which was not telling us what puzzle this was. So it's very confusing to think that this is telling us what solution we should look at. Does anyone have a better guess for what solution card we should look at? And any theories about why it's not clear? Like, why are we not being told clearly what crime file card we should draw? Do we add them together? That's not how it's supposed to work. We grab the evidence card. Once you've solved the puzzle, place the extra evidence cards aside. They're not needed. So the black and whites don't get needed. That's fine. Time to solve the puzzle. Solution to every puzzle is a series of numbers. Once you think you've got the right answer, write it down and check the crime file card with the letter that matches the letter on the evidence card. I mean, we've found all the cards in the puzzle. There's the black and white extras, so we shouldn't need to be getting another card out. We should be solving the puzzle by comparing it to here. And there's no reason we should be adding it. I think we're supposed to look at C. Any theories here about whether we should be checking our answer on the C card because of this C? Why isn't it matching this thing? Why doesn't it have a nice clear letter? And that's doubly confusing because this C looks like it's part of these symbols. I mean, it's literally another LED. So surely that's not telling us to draw evidence card C. So what on earth is going on here? Isn't it puzzle B? Why would it be puzzle B? Why would we assume that? Just because it's the second puzzle? That can't be right. The game says, check the crime file card with the letter that matches the letter on the evidence card. So there has to be a letter on this evidence card that we're matching. So it's got to be the C. That's terrible. Why would they do that? Why would they make this the way you figure out that it's letter A, crime card, and have this extra symbol on it that's not what we check, but have this one be this? That can't be right, can it? That's so bizarre. The instructions clearly tell us to find the letter on this card. Well, I'm going to look at C. You vote B, huh? I mean, it does make sense that we would do them in sequence, but where is the B? Wow, okay, well, it's B. It's definitely B, but where on earth are you getting the letter B from? Where are you seeing a B here? It's definitely B. Is it a mistake? And Tina's right. I mean, and Tina tends to be right when we deal with puzzles. And she's takes a lot of abuse from me in this channel when I complain about because she solved it but not explained it simply enough for me. Check the crime file card with the letter that matches the letter on the evidence card. So do we think this is just a bug, that there should be a B on here, but there isn't? Remember when we started this stream, I said, my memory is of our experience with Brooklyn is that it was a little bit buggy. And boy, are we seeing that here again. Buggy. Little bit buggy. Not enough to break the game, but bugs. All right, so there should be a B on here the same way there's an A here, but there isn't. However, it's clear from looking at the solution to B, since these are linear, and Tina guessed B, but B has our answer, 1812. No one has answered me about whether Beethoven is 1812. That might be a hint that it's right. Okay, so there's also a 1218 and various variations, but here's our 1812. Okay, so we're guessing that the answer is A. That's our guess. Now we're going to look up the A, and if it's not an object, we're going to take a penalty. Okay, so 356 is what it says. Let's see what 356 gives us. 3, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is suspenders. So suspenders is our word. I don't remember seeing any suspenders, but maybe we did. And it certainly is an object, so we think that's right. All right, so we're going to put these cards that we used all aside, except for the one main card, which I will add to our thing here. And now we're back to looking for suspenders. Whoa, what's that thing? Does anyone remember seeing suspenders? Is that suspenders? I mean, it's something. Is this suspenders? I mean, it's a coat. This is a coat. That's not suspenders. Suspenders, huh? What do you expect to find with suspenders? Like some clasps to keep them up? Or maybe when you say suspenders, you just mean the clip parts. I see a feather there. I don't remember seeing any suspenders, to be honest. You thought suspenders were on the body, huh? Well, I mean, there's the bathroom bloody. We need to find them in the object, in the scene. Don't remember seeing any. A lot of stuff on this desk. Guess there's some money there, some coins, matchbook, can, cigarette, soccer ball. There they are, right there. 21, look at that. DJ Money Cut found it before me. Okay, so how do things get changed in here? There's the suspenders. They're just the elastic bands with clips. All right. Suspenders 21. All right, so now we go get evidence card 21. Did anyone go get the image I posted to the Discord so they can search on their own? Okay, let's look at 21 here while I clear this. Okay, you find a light switch. The fluorescent tubes crackle to life one by one and light up the dirty place. You pick up a bottle of Stolichnaya and a glass from the bar. The Polaroid pictures tacked to the wall are staring at you in judgment. You pour yourself a drink, then another one, while Igor looks on. Then you go into the toilets. The body has been collected and the blood has been washed away. You hear a crash and steps from the next room. Igor is faster than you and disappears out the door, charging after the intruder. Stop! You run to the door and see a young man disappear down a corridor with Igor hot on his heels. You hear a crash and a heavy slug of a fist against someone's face. Okay, so this... We don't have a place... Oh, there it is. There's the green. Okay, so this can connect here. And now we've got Polaroid pictures to find. That sounds familiar. Those were taped to the wall or something. Yeah, right there. Okay, so now we're proceeding to 10. Okay. I see. So there are some Polaroid pictures. This one at least has its letter. Oral, Yari, Ellen, and Oleg. Okay, so let's see what we can understand here. At least we know we're dealing with puzzle C. Puzzle B was a mistake, that it didn't have a label. And it looks like we've got one auxiliary black and white card pointing to Yari. So I think we have to find Yari. And I think maybe we just have to find the... Well, it's either Yari or we're finding the 5. Or they're the same thing. All right, let's see if we can't find Yari. Yari or 5. Let's see. There are a whole bunch of numbers everywhere. Are we looking for her or are we looking for a 5? I think we'd remember if we saw her. There are pictures of people in various places. Looks like Stalin back there. That's grid 5. That's not what we want. Does anyone remember seeing a 5 or Yari? Let's see what you can see. We'll get the screen too. It's even a little easier, maybe. I see an 8 there. There's a 3, a 1, another blue 3, chalk 1, chalk 6. I'm looking for, looks like a gray 5, if it's the same. All the pictures have numbers, okay. Yes, it's true. All the pictures have numbers. But we still need the one extra black and white card to solve this puzzle. So somehow we need a card. If it's not Yari, if it's not a 5, it's something else. But the fact that it's attached to this photo suggests that this is what we're looking for in some form. So it could be Yari, it could be a 5. I mean, these look like those numbers, but it could be something else having to do with that Polaroid picture. Could be an earring. Do we need to take a closer look at this card? Something about this card we're trying to find. Blue background, this woman, or the number 5, or the word Yari, I guess, for that matter. All right, let's see. It is interesting that it's sort of a visual search, but you're not sure exactly what you're looking for always, which is kind of fun. Like if we found her name written here in the graffiti, that might be it. I don't think I see any Yari. I see a whole bunch of numbers, but not her number. Wish there was a way for me to move this without it rescaling by accident. Maybe Yari and Oriel are in 24. Let's see. That's an interesting observation. I think you might be right. I mean, it's hard to make out who these people are. They don't look like those people, but they are Polaroids. I think that's not a bad guess that it's asking us to find the other Polaroids. What does everyone think? Does that seem right? I think that's pretty good guess to me, that it's asking for the other Polaroids. Okay. So I don't think it's actually Yari or that specific Polaroid. It's asking for more Polaroids. It's a little confusing that it's attaching to her, but I think you're right. I think that's a very good guess. I think it is asking for the other Polaroid card. Now, can we confirm that? Yes, we can. That's how we confirm it. Okay, so here's our second card. Okay, now we've got a puzzle. And here are the 2 cards used in the puzzle. Now, I notice Igor is here. Is that our Igor? All right, what do you think the answer to this puzzle is going to be now? Is it going to be the names are weird? Are we going to be able to spell something out? Remember, it's going to be a number. Is it going to be a number? The rules were very unclear. It said every solution is a sequence, but then it seemed to suggest that what it really means is the answer, the direction, the thing you do for every puzzle is going to be a sequence, and maybe the actual puzzles could be solved with anything, words, numbers, whatever. Okay. Can we use the letters to spell out something? Can we get an order here? Do we alphabetize them and then get a number? Let's see, there's numbers on each of these, but not numbers on these that I can see. That's confusing. We don't know if all answers are numbers. It just feels like this is kind of ambiguous. If we don't know the form of the answer, if it can be an arbitrary number. Hmm. Well, if I'm saying if we alphabetize them, but what is there any reason to think that that's the kind of answer it wants? We're just given no clue as to what kind of answer it wants. Huh. Well, I was thinking we could get a sequence here, but the numbers are too high. They go up to 7. There's only 6 people. And Tina says, observations. All the names are 4 letters. Enya and Igor don't have any numbers. Part of the names of the people above make the names of Enya and Igor. That's very interesting. So 4 and 5 goes Eleny Ari, which would be Enya. And Igor, Egor. You know, that's interesting. I mean, that's clearly it. It's clearly something, but what else have we got? So OR is part of EL. So I guess you could say that each pair of letters has a value. So let's see. OREL is a 7. And then EL and EN, Ellen, she's a 4. This is a 7 here. So we should be able to guess what this is. And then YARI is a 5. OLEG, I guess that's doesn't share in common. OLEG, EGOR. That's the Igor, which we don't have a number for. And Oleg is a 7. And then ENYA. That's our 2 question marks. You can't even see that. I wonder, are we looking for individual letter scores? The orders not matter. I like this idea, and then maybe the answer is the numbers for Enya and Igor. Chat has probably already come up with a solution to this, but let me think on it for a little bit. So there's our OR and our EN. So if we say that this was a 3, then this would be a 1. That would give you 4, and this would be a 4. So just for example, I know this is not easy to read, but if OREL gave you 7 and ELEN gave you 4, one solution would be to say the ELs are 3s, then the EN would be a 1, the OR would be a 4, and then ENYA, we said this was, if we said this was a 1 for the EN, then the YA so it would depend on what we think YARI is. Problem here. Oh, here we go. So then we said the OR was a 4, but the problem is it's too underdetermined. If we do it this way, it has to be more than just pairs having numbers, because then we get multiple solutions. So is it each letter has its own little integer value? I need to write it out more clearly. OREL is 7. ELE. And I know this, well, I'm sure this is frustrating, but if the chat already has the answer, but try it differently. Okay, and we've got YARI. Oral was 7. Ellen is 4. Yuri is 5. Oleg is OLEG. That's a 1. All right, well, obviously they're not adding up unless there's negatives. Okay, not so bad. And then things gone bad after that. So unless there's negative digits, it's not adding up letter values. Although I suppose it could be negative digits. The fact that it's all in pairs. I have to turn on the air conditioner. Let me think for a bit before I look in the channel. India is Ellen. They share that. And half of oral. He's the 7. She's the 4. Problem is, my gut would be to score the pairs, but I feel like there's just going to be multiple solutions and you'd need negatives to get Oleg to be 1, but maybe it's okay to have negatives. It just seems like that would be an odd choice. So OR plus EL would give you 7. That's oral. EL plus EN give you 4. YA plus RI gives you 5. OL plus EG gives you 1. Multiple ways to solve this, especially if any of these values can be negative. That doesn't feel like you're going to get a unique solution out of this. But if these two are true, well, let's just come up with our single solution and then we'll see how unique it is. Your gut might say that that's 3s. That would be a 4. That would also make this a 4. Do you care about? No, that would make this a 1. And then these, we don't have any of these again. Too undetermined. Okay, it's too undetermined to have that kind of solution, so it's got to be something different. I know that you've got the answer in the chat. I'm sure of it, but it does me no good. I don't want to look at it. I just wanted to figure it out. Let's watch the viewers drop. We're down at 12 viewers. Let's see how low we can get it. Hmm. It does look like, well, this one looks like it's paired. This looks like pairs and not individual letters. What would it mean to have the first half of the second half of Ellen, Elen, and the first half of Yari? Well, the second half of his name is the first half of hers. The second half of hers is the first half of hers. The second half of hers is the first half of hers. The second half of hers does not belong to anyone here. But the second half of his is the first half of his. If we do them in order, we have Oleg is 1. And then the second half of his name starts Igor. It might be called 2. Is that what it is? It's going to be the missing name, Igor. The second half of Igor is Oral. But he's a 7 for some reason. And then EL goes to Ellen. I don't know why I have number on E. Okay. Ellen, who's number 4. Then the second half of Ellen becomes Enya, who doesn't have a number. And then Enya becomes YARI. So they do form a complete sequence ending with Yari. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 numbers. So they form a complete sequence. They form a complete sequence of which we have 4 numbers. So I was trying to add up the letters. Is it possible we have something different? Just the numerical sequence? I mean, there's the overlapping letters. Hmm. So a couple days ago, I worked on this puzzle box, Sherlock Holmes camera puzzle box by Adventure, the same people that make some of the cold case games that we like the best. It's a puzzle box that's made with these laser cut pieces. It's very complicated. I wish I could show it to you. It's one of these things we have to manipulate. And I spent a few hours on it. The first couple hours was very enjoyable, some very cool stuff. And then I got stuck and I fiddled with it. I was getting frustrated. So there was one little piece end puzzle I couldn't solve. And I was faced with that problem you have when you have to decide when to go get hints. Now, in general, I really hate looking up hints because when you get the hint and you could have figured it out, it feels terrible. And if you figured it out, if you stick with it and figure it out in the end, it feels good. But then there's always the certain unknown percentage of time when you look at the answer and you say, thank God I looked up the hint because I was going to be I never would have gotten this and I would have been so frustrated. My frustration was growing. And one of the things you could say on this channel is that I frequently stick with these things longer to the point where it's causing me, getting me really angry and frustrated. And you could easily make the case that it would be smarter to take a hint early rather than play for 8 hours and just get increasingly frustrated. So I think you could make a logical hint that I should look in the chat for the solution that Antina and others have come up with, or take a hint. So I'm just mentioning that as by way of saying I understand. Okay, we're still at 13 viewers. I'm gonna wait till we lose half our viewers before I take a hint. I mean, logically, I just want to do a mathematical solution to this. then break it up into pairs or numbers. It feels like giving a number to every letter is not right. It would have to be negatives, but no matter what, even if I gave numbers to each pair, I'd still have to do negatives to get 1 out of Oleg. Just feels like it's too unconstrained. That can't be it. And the fact that they sequence together has to be much more significant. All right, it has to be significant that they sequence together. Could we just get a sequential number thing here? Like, since these line up, could we just say, what sequence gives you 1 blank 7 4 blank 5? Like, you'd have to be going up, down, up, but this is down. It's hard to think of a sequence that would make sense of that 1 blank 7 4 blank 5. It just doesn't really work. Unless I find this very tricky. Well, it's 1 hour and 20 minutes. Why don't we take a break here? We'll come back in 8 minutes and I'll figure out what to do. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. I'm very anxious to look. I'm ready to look at the chat and look at hints. I did have a theory though during the break. I'll show you my theory. Then we're going to check in with the chat. We're down to 14 viewers. We'll see. As long as I have a theory, I'm willing to go look at the hints and take chat. Okay. So here we've got the numbers. we've got the names put out in a sequence where the last two letters form the first two letters of the next name. And we've got numbers for for the four people at the top. We've got Oleg's number is a 1, Igor's number we don't know, then Oral's number is a 7. Okay. Trying to find various ways to do it, but one thing did occur to me looking at this now. I see that we've got numbers on the left for some people, and then numbers on the right for other people. And this number on the right of her lapel, I mean, that's sort of, there's something about that that's conspicuous. If I break these into pairs and put the numbers on halves of their names. So in other words, the Oleg with the 1, which is the one that jumps out, like it doesn't feel like numbers are being summed, but what if this 1 is just for the EG? If I do that, if I say the 1 is for the EG, and then if Oral, if the 7 is just for the OR, and so on. So numbers are only for digraphs, for two-letter pairs. Then Enya is an EN plus a YA, and if we say the EN is 4 and the YA is 5, then she becomes 45, or maybe if you add it, 9. And then Igor is an EG and an OR, which is a 1 and a 7, either a 17 or an 8. This seems like a reasonable hypothesis. It's a stretch, but it's enough. Let's see what the chat has come up with. Okay, so it looks like they've come up with it. Okay, so 4517. So way back above, I don't know how long the timestamp is, but quite a while ago, it looked like someone has figured out that to associate. I'm sort of curious when someone figured out that to number the pairs. They never were explicit. You guys are like the people that solve the math problems that just jump 10 steps ahead. I really like to have it explained more without skipping steps, but let's see. So it feels like you figured it out way up top with the ENYA, EG. I don't know why. I'm not sure why the channel is sort of feels like it's maybe what you're doing is you've come up with the same idea but differently. Okay, well, it's throwing me a little that you guys have come up with the 4517, which is what I've come up with here. 4517, or possibly if you wanted to add them 98. But I don't understand why the chat has figured out way up front the 4517 part, seemingly out of nowhere. You don't have much rationale for it. You just say, I don't see how, is there part of the chat that's missing? But it seems like the first part, that the first time the chat has talked about it is DJ Moneycut says this, and then Nantina says, so it could be 4517 out of nowhere without any explanation of how that's calculated. I don't understand how you've gotten that without this part about saying these numbers are for the left-hand side. So that throws me that you've come up with the same answer, and much earlier than me, but without any explanation for how you get it. D says EN is 4, YA is 5. Yes, that's what I've got. I don't know why there's a minus sign in there in D's point, and also D does not explain how they got it using the numbers in the first card. I guess you guys are splitting the pairs and assigning them, but no one is saying that that's what they're doing. Okay, DJ Moneycut says, just put the 4 photos in the order that gives you the 2 other names. Okay, that is not an explanation. I'm getting mad at the chat. Okay, it doesn't matter. The answer we've all come to is the same. I don't know how to describe it. It may be just one of those things where you can't describe it in text, but I feel like the teacher that's writing on the paper, show your work. Like, show your work. You've come up with answers, but not explanations for how you've got the answers, or at least not explanations that follow for me, but we've all got the same answer. All right, so 4517, no reason to do any subtraction. The only question is whether we should add, but we can figure that out when we turn over the crime file. Okay, so here is the answer sheet. So clearly it wants the 4517, not some other version of it. And we've all correctly surmised that this is what it wants as the format of, this is the format of the answer, their codes. Okay, 4517, 1167. Let's hope that we're right. Otherwise, we're going to flip the table here. 1167. What's happening here? We've got a little bit of a problem. Oh, look at what it is. 1167 is on this card is 11 because the paragraphs go to 10 in part 1 and continue at 16 in part 2. So I guess we're reading this to find 1167. So 11th paragraph, 6th line, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7th were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Battery, I guess. All right, so that is an object. So I guess we're looking for a battery now. Well, we saw some batteries, didn't we? Boy, it seems like days since we looked at this thing. So it looks like there's our batteries down on the ground. 20. By the way, I got bitten by a bug while on camera on my finger. How did that happen? Like, did you guys see the bug that landed here and bit me? I'd like to roll back that tape and see what bug bit me. Okay, Glenn C says, or it could just be allergies. When I get frustrated on the computer, I start getting itchy. It's almost like I'm breaking out in hives. But this is a bug. A bug landed on my finger and bit me while I was on stream. All right, so let's get back to some yelling. And Tina says, Jesse, the bottom card gives you the sequence of the numbers using part of the names. Okay, that doesn't help me. That makes no sense in terms of coming up with a solution. DJ Moneycat says, just put the 4 photos in the order that gives you the 2 other names, 4517. Are you saying that I went through this extremely complicated thing, but really I made this so much more complicated? All we had to do is string them out in this order and we got 1, 7, 4, 5? What you're saying is once we string them out in this order, we do this, and what you're saying is that my explanation of left versus right sides of the number pairs was all unnecessary because all we had to do was put them in order and read the number. Okay, so let me make the case for you that this is a bad puzzle, but that both solutions, it's just the order of the names in the bottom picture. So DJ Moneycut is mad at me. DJ says, you're frustrated with the chat. We sat here for an hour while you refuse to look at our suggestions, then get mad at us when you don't understand. Yes, that is the rules of this channel. That's exactly what's happened. But look, let me make the case to you that, well, okay. This is a weird situation that we're in where I've come up with this convoluted solution to this, which gives me actual numbers well, no, hold on. I'm sorry to dwell on this so much, but hold on a second. Let's go to the chat. Sorry, I know this is frustrating for everyone here. But so way up early, you guys have come up with 4517, which was the exact right answer. And what you're saying the solution is, put the 4 photos in the order that gives you the 2 other names. But here's the problem I have with that theory. I mean, if you do that, do we not get this as the order? It has to start with Oleg and go Oleg, Igor, Oral, Ellen, Enya, Yari, right? If we do that, then the answer is 1745, right? Then you're saying use the order in the second card. Well, when you say use the order in the second card, I don't think that's, yeah, I I guess what the case I'm trying to make. Wow, 3 hours in. This is one of these catastrophe streams. I guess the case I'm trying to make is that somehow you've come up with 4517. You've decided that Enya is going to give you this 45. You've decided to take Ellen up these three names, Ellen, Enya, Yari, and give you the 45 and put her first. And then you've taken these names here, Oleg, Igor, Oral, to go second and give you the 17. And I guess what I'm saying, I guess I'm trying to make the case that my splitting left and rights make more sense logically to say that Enya is the EN score and the YA score, which is the 4 score and the 5 score. Whereas you've just sort of arbitrarily picked this sequence and said it must come first. It's a bad puzzle in my view because both solutions sort of get you there, but I guess this is going to go down in history, but I don't. History is one of these things we disagree about, but I'm not happy about that puzzle at all. And I'm not happy about how you could get the right answer just by stringing them out in order and then just sort of arbitrarily split them up. And Tina says it's not arbitrary. We read left to right. Well, yeah, I'm not going to belabor this. And Tina is better at these puzzles than I am, so you have to go with Antina's explanation, feeling that this is reasonable, but to me it's not. To me, if you string all these things together, that makes sense. But then if you just say, well, now that we've strung them all together and Enya is first, we're just going to look over here and take the 4 and the 5 because they're over here in this area. I guess you're saying the 4 and the 5 combined to make Enya in the middle of it. That does not work for me as a system, as a solution. I'm happier with mine as a solution of saying that each word is spread up into 2 pairs with the left and the right. But no matter what, I'm unhappy that it's a puzzle that could be solved either way, and how much simpler you guys solved it than my convoluted way. But I'm not happy with it. Doesn't matter. We're on to batteries. And Tina says, why string them the way you did? Well, I walked through how I came up with my solution. I gave numbers to pairs, which is a much more interesting mathematical solution, but it seems like it was totally overkill and unnecessary. All right, this might be the stream that breaks the channel into being unhappy with me in a more fundamental way than ever before, but it doesn't. What's done is done. We're moving on. 3 hours in, we're moving on. And we're going to pick up the case because I don't want to play this again. I don't want to have to continue this tomorrow. I can't. I don't want to. I've belabored it much too much. I've acknowledged that you are surely, your explanation has got to be more satisfying than mine based on Tina and DJ Money getting it so quickly and being better at these puzzles than me. I'm on the record why I don't like it and how I came up with my alternative solution, which I'm not happy about because it feels pointless. All right, but if you've come to watch anger and frustration on this channel, which some of you must, then you've gotten your payoff. All right, now, batteries. All right, we found our batteries. Let's all try to take a deep breath. Batteries 29. We have just barely started this game. All right, I apologize. I am frustrated by this. There's no doubt about it. I did not like that puzzle. Okay. When you run over, if we can remember far back enough to what happened, someone was running out and Igor caught him, punched him in the face. When you run over, Igor is holding the man against the wall by the scruff of their neck. The man, whose nose is bleeding, is barely old enough to grow a beard. He's wearing clean, tidy clothes, and his face is full of terror, which you know to be due to your uniforms. In Soviet Union, a brush up with the law often means a lengthy interrogation in the basement of the police station, and sometimes, too often, disappearance. You recognize a tattoo on the side of the guy's hand. Every soldier returning from Afghanistan has one just like it. What's your name? Do you have ID card? You ask. Mikhail Smirnova. Are you looking for Vladimir Konev? Mikhail nods. Unfortunately, I must inform you, Vladimir is dead. Okay, so this was our card here. Where does it go? It's got blue and green. Maybe it starts its own new thing. Why can you not see that? Because of these. Okay, I don't know. It doesn't seem to connect to this card. But now we want ID card. Okay, so has my channel all raged quit? DJ Moneycut says, this is like when everyone on South Park was trying to explain the fish stick joke to Kanye. Okay, that sounds like I need to go watch that. All right, but that's why you're watching this live, for the chance to for everyone to get mad. Okay, ID card. Where is there an ID card? Do we remember what's going on? Where is our ID card? Does anyone remember where we saw an ID card? Did we see an ID card? I still want to know what creature bit me in the hand. Was it a little mosquito or was it like a tiny little mite? Roll back the tape. I don't remember seeing an ID card, to be honest. What's this thing here? A little crayon of Soviet Union sickle. DJ Moneycut says, all is forgiven. I'm here for the accents. Yeah. ID card, huh? Does anyone remember seeing an ID card? Is it 3? What? There has to be a gesture. I mean, I'm trying to keep my hands from moving to move it. Why won't these things go away? Why doesn't this go away? Doesn't want to go away. All right, where's the ID card? I'm done trying to solve this on my own. I'm ready to just have the chat solve it for me. Where is our ID card? It's not in the wallet. We tried that already. I mean, we already used that. There's our cassette we used. I'm ready to have the chat solve this. I'm just along for the ride from now on. Is that the ID card up there? Would you call that an ID card? What do you think? What do you think, channel? Is that the ID card? And Tina says yes. 7 it is. Okay. So 7 is our ID card. God, we've just started this game. All right. Let's see. Oh, dear Lord. All right. That's it. We're on a different mode of playing this game. All right. So it's not black and white. There's no black and white. So this is it. This is the puzzle. Let's get a closer look. It took us 6.5 hours to do the first one. Can someone look up the difficulty of Brooklyn crime scene? All right, this looks like one of these visual puzzles where you sort of squint and you make these form letters. Like you get a word by squinting, like it's a squeeze thing. So we should have checked that this was right, but it is right. This is where this goes. All right, what have we got here? We've got some Russian words that we don't understand. It looks like it's saying October something. Then we've got 3 fast forward symbols, and then we got what looks like squeezed words. Like there looks like a B maybe, like a C or an S. I don't know if we should be looking at caring about colors. Doesn't look like it. This seems to be saying a hint maybe that we should hold it this way or read it this way. Feels like it's this though. Is anyone good at de-squeezing? This would be a case where it could be useful to like to de-squeeze the aspect ratio. It looks like numbers here. It looks like we've got a 2, 5, but then this would be an E, and then another 2. And Tina says, what if you tilt it? There we go. Okay, so we were right about the idea. And maybe it's trying to suggest to us that we hold it up this way. Okay, what have we got? 2, 5, E2. That's not a 3, unless it should be... No matter how you look at it, you got 3s and E's. How do you think... How should we decide which order? We've either got 5, C, B. This doesn't seem right. What if we do it this way? 2, 5, E2, 308, backwards C. Doesn't work. All right. Maybe there's something... I mean, this is clearly the right thing to do. But what do you think? It doesn't have to be a number for all we know. I mean, it's one of these. It's either this way or this way. But I guess these arrows make me think we're supposed to do it this way. SCBDE 2352. SCBDE. Three, 5, 2. All right, so 2352 are the last 4 digits. What do we think the S dot Cade S Cade 2352? I see S C A D E S Cade 2352. DJ says each grid square can only be used once, right? Should we do an overlay to eliminate already used squares to make our scavenger hunt faster? That's a good idea, but I don't think that rule is true. I see what you're saying, because you can never grab the card twice. You're right. As far as looking up cards, we could. All right, let's do this one first. It's not a bad idea. Maybe we'll do that during break. Okay, so we're ready to answer this, or at least to bring out this card. Okay, so look what we've got here. It doesn't care about the S-Cade. I guess that's the person's name. But it does have our 4-digit thing. We said 2352 down here. We're all in agreement. 2812. Okay, good work. You do learn to recognize certain puzzles when you see them over and over again. 2812. And thank you, Antina, for telling us the trick to solving that. Okay, 2812. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 corkscrews. Okay, well, we know where the corkscrew is. We remember that. This stays out. This goes away. This goes like that, I guess. All right, corkscrew. Here we go. We remember seeing that down here in the lower right. There's our corkscrew in 20. Uh, 20 does, oh, 30. I was going to say 30 we've already found. Okay, here we go, 30. You and Mikhail Smirnova are sitting on the bar stools in the nightclub. Mikhail's broken nose has started to swell up like a football. You're sipping vodka, silently listening to the story told by this young man fresh home from Afghanistan. When my military service was over, I was blackmailed to transport a shipment of heroin to Moscow. By whom? Mikhail looks at you and raises his eyebrows. Your people. You nod, lean against the bar, and light a smoke, the third one during your conversation. Only I didn't do it. My sister died of overdose a year ago. She was 15 years old. When I came back empty-handed, they threatened to kill me. So you decided to leave the country, Mikhail nods. Have you ever heard of the NVR? Okay, but the only thing we care about is the bar. So, I guess, have you ever heard of the NVR? All right, he's going to the Secret Service, but what, the bar? We're sitting at the bar, huh? You lean against the bar. I guess this is the bar over here, right? So 13, is that what it wants us to find? I mean, it feels like the bar is all in 13. You can start doing what TJ Moneycut was suggesting. All right, well, assume we're okay with 13. It's not a puzzle. All right, so let's see. So we know that that's the right card because these line up. All right, so now here we are, puzzle E, which needs 3 other cards. Now, how do we know what 3 other cards we want? They look like they're tied to these circles. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 circles. There's a number 5 here. So we should have 5 other cards with 5 circles. All right, let's see if we can find them. 5 circles, huh? 5 circles. They're sort of like bloody What do you, or might it be 5 bottles? How about that? 5 bottles. What do you think about that theory? So there's clearly one of the bottles, right? It's the striped multicolored bottle. So probably we need 5 bottles. All right, let's see. We got one at 27. That's surely going to be right. And then do we think these other bottles are also going to count? 23, or do we need multicolored bottles? I guess if there's only 5 total. Are there really going to be 3 more bottles? Where did we see more bottles? I mean, there's more bottles at the bar, but that's all the same number. Maybe it's... No, it's surely not blood. Is that a bottle? That's not a bottle. We should get rid of this thing. There's gotta be a way. This is all a mystery to me, this editor. Okay, and Tina has found them all. So let's see. 27, we found that one. 3 and 5. Where are you finding all these? Okay, so there's one there. That's at 3. That's another multicolor bottle. And you found one at 5. Yes, okay. All right, and 18. Yes, indeed, there is one at 18. Okay, so that just leaves one more left. And someone, so not 23, because that's not multicolored, unless it had its label ripped off. Any reason to think it's got its label ripped off? No. So probably we need another multicolored bottle somewhere. A bunch of those was hiding in the rafters. Okay, you already found the 3. Can anyone save Antina from finding them all? Can anyone beat out Antina for one of them? Unless it is this one. No, I guess it's not that one. There are 5, right? Yes, 5. Oh, I mean, it does look like the 23 bottle without the label. Game doesn't really punish you if you try to take it. All right, let's take the rest of these and we'll see maybe if, because surely the rest of them are right. All right, so we got 27, 3, 5, and 18. And then the one on the table does look like the same exact shape and color. I think it's going to be 23, and with that knife, they cut the label off. And maybe there's some secret to that, like what's on the labels. I think it's going to be 23. That's what I think. All right, let's see what we've got here. So look at the cards, and look, labels peeling off. I think it's going to be 23. I'm going to go grab 23 and see if it looks right. It does not look right. It does not look right. All right, so much for that theory. I guess I'm not on the right wavelength as this game. Then where is our other bottle? What's that in the upper left corner of one? It's something weird multicolored, but it's not a bottle. Can you imagine how many iterations of drawing these pictures they must have to go through to get things hidden as hard as they can, but not too hard? It's definitely not 23, huh? Definitely not 23. Where is our bottle? It's not hidden there somewhere. Maybe like it's just sticking out somewhere a little bit. Why can't this thing be made to go away? Go away. TJ Moneycut says, I think the thing in one is the bottle sticking out. You think that's a bottle sticking out of the wall? That would be insane. But I'm willing to look it up. Okay, well, you're right. There's a bottle sticking out of a wall? Ah, that's crazy. Why? How could that possibly be right? And yet it is. Wow. I don't know what I would do without this channel. Okay, well, there can be no doubt that DJ Moneycut is correct because there it is. So, oh boy. This is DJ Moneycut's game here. All right, let's see. Well, we don't need this anymore. All right, let's see what we can make out of this nonsense. So it's puzzle E. We've got these cards here. What is happening? Oh, the greens and the magentas are throwing it. That's all right. I can manually fix it. Turn off tracking. Here we go. So it kind of looks like these are numbers. Kind of looks similar to our other. Like we could get numbers by, like I can see where the seams are in each of these. It feels like we could sort of make these into numbers. I don't know if there's anything else that's relevant for us here. Feels like we could get so this, it looks like yellow on the left. Don't really have a bottom or top, but this looks like reasonable. Bottom or top. Are we supposed to do some sort of visual where we imagine each one is going around? So like this could be, if this was around, I don't know the order of these. Feels like though this seam is telling us something, like if we split this seam and moved it on the other side, we would get a 9 out of this. Or not quite. What would we get out of that if we split it at the seam? If we split this one at the seam, we get like a 3, and then like this. That doesn't seem very helpful, unless it connects to something else, is it? Let me see if I split these all at their seams. I'm ready for the chat to solve this one for me. I am totally ready to have the chat. Sometimes I say, let me solve them. I don't want to look in the chat. That's not how I feel here. I'm ready for the chat to figure it all out. Let's see. Definitely feels like splitting is the way to go. But then what do we got? We have a whole solid thing here, 3 here. They look very similar when you split them. Like that's a 3, that's a 3. That's a line and a... You could rearrange these if it helps our brain think of it differently. It's like your brain is sort of making out numbers. No one has figured this one out on the chat, though. Or you're boycotting. No one's boycotting me, right? Down to 12 viewers. Boy, what happens if everyone leaves? There has to be some system here where you have to ask permission to leave after the 4-hour mark. 2 cards that are solid on one side could be on either end, like this solid part. The thing is, they don't form a continuous band, but you're saying if you unwrap them all, if you unwrap them though, this is on the right. Like, I wonder if this is going to require, like, this would be hard to visualize just looking at it. Makes me want to cut this card up. Boy, that's a weird thing happening here, right? But I mean, like, if you unwrapped it, this could be on far right, but then it would turn yellow, pink, blue this way. Okay, if that was true, what would it connect to? I guess you can't unwrap them all and line them up because they all have their own, they all reset. If that makes sense. They all go from green to red. So it's not like you can line up and match their colors. But what could you do? We just looked at these. Is there any way to arrange these to give you something? These two have the exact same pattern on the green half. What about on the red? No, different patterns on the right hand side. But same patterns on the left. Just trying to move stuff around to see if it gives any inspiration. The thing is, if you unwrap these all and laid them out in an order, then this edge would match up with the purple on another card. So it would be like this. This is why this is difficult. Like if you were to do it this way, you'd go like this. So if we did the splits, right? Because then this would be on the right, this would be unwrapped on the left, and this would meet up with the unwrapped purple of a card. But maybe this is the end. So let's see, it would be, this doesn't really make sense, does it? Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. What, you think this would be our end card? The solids could be on the other ends. I like this theory. So, but then, unless they're upside down, which there doesn't seem, well, wait, do we know what's upside down? Green, we don't really know what's upside down. There's no way to tell. Is that right? Doesn't seem to be any way to tell what's upside down. All right, if these are all upside down, these aren't upside down then, and we unfold them, then that would be our left, and that would be our right. If it starts with solid and ends with solid, and we're thinking that these are unrolling in half, then that's our start and end. I like that idea. Of course, it could be upside down. And then my theory is that the reds are always on the left. So it would be, but then is it, it's backwards though, right? It's not. This is too hard to do. One end has green, the other hand has brown. Well, yes, I see that. I've got them all aligned correctly. I just don't know what's top or bottom. Maybe we should assume this is down at the bottom. But the problem is to do this as we're thinking, this wraps around. Like this is a circle, it wraps around. But then this is reversed when we unroll it. Now I'm just trying to wrap my head around whether these cards are representing the full wrap of the bottle, or is this one side of it and we don't see what's on the other side of it? And Tina says, I would put the purple on the right. All right, let's say we do that. But then you're saying, despite the seams, we're not unraveling this, right? Because if we were uncutting this, then this would be the left-hand margin, right? You understand what I'm saying? If this was a bottle wrapper, wrapping fully around, and we cut it here at these seams, which the game seems to be suggesting these are seams. If we were to cut this seam and unwrap it, this would be the far left-hand margin of the bottle. What's going on with the card that has a red triangle on it? If you're talking about this card, it's peeling off is what it's showing us. So I feel like I want to put this in Photoshop and cut this up, but it sort of depends on whether you think, like, it feels, you know what? I'm not going to worry about passing this game on. I'm not happy with it, but if we mark these at the edge. It feels like there's a real, it seems very clear to me like the seam information is critical to solving this in some way. But you know what? So the chat seems to think these are these are clearly the end markings, but for all we know, it's like this, or I guess we want to keep them aligned the same. But the thing is, I don't really understand whether we're supposed to assume, like, here's this bottle, there's its seam. So are we not seeing the other half of this bottle? And should that matter in some way? Okay. It's time for a hint. We're going to take a reputation. We're going to read a hint. So this is puzzle E. I'm breaking with tradition here on this game because I can't do it. Find 5 bottles hidden in the scene and reveal the cards. What numbers do you see when you line them up? Don't turn the bottles upside down. All right. Don't turn the bottles upside down, but we don't know how to do that. We don't know what represents upside down. Okay. But it does seem to suggest we just line them up. It's not more complicated than that, huh? It does seem more complicated to me. The first hint always sucks. Well, there is only one hint. There is only one hint on this game. You only get one hint per card, that's it. One hint per puzzle, that's it. What about the reputation? Okay. I don't know what we're supposed to look at there. Don't turn the bottles upside down, it said, huh? Don't turn the bottles upside down. What numbers do you see when you line them up? Boy, that's not very helpful. Put the full green on the left. Okay. There's the full green. Is there any way to logically line them up? which square they were found in. I don't think so. That would put this one in the far left, and I don't think that's right. I think we're on the right path with this, but this one here would show that this is right side up. It is very interesting to me that these blocks are connecting now. Look at how all the blocks connect now. Like, that's suspicious, isn't it? Let me just see. If we do other ways, do we always still get it? No, look how weird things get here. But if we do it this way, it feels like the blocks line up. Those, the big black thing, black spaces. Line up, but is it my imagination? Like, is that? But maybe we should be looking to spell something out with these black numbers. What if, is there a way to get, is there a way to get, is there a way to arrange these so that they're not symmetrical, but so that they spell numbers? Could you, all right, so here it's reset. Now, what did you want me to do? Swap 2 and 4? I'm going to put it back. This was my arrangement where all the blocks look like they're sort of, it almost looks like we were trying to make sense out of these letters here, but it almost looks like it's these rectangular things that are the significant part. Glenn says, I can see 4 numbers. Oh, yeah? What numbers do you see here? Do you want me to rearrange it? We'll call this the canonical ordering. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you've got an alternative, there certainly aren't. This system, as we have it, has no significance to the cutting points down the middle, which to me is insane given how prominent they are. So I guess you could say this is a 4, this is a 9, but what would this be? This would be a, you could say there's a 2 here, but then this is not a number, so this has got to be wrong if that's right. So maybe that's why if we flip these two, no, all right, these are going back. All right, Look, this is the canonical order. This, it almost works. You could see a 2 here, but this one is not right. This looks like a 4. And this one looks like a 9. But then what's this? 3. That's our 3. I guess that's our 3. That's a 3. So 2, 3, 4, 9. Is that what we've got? 2, 3, 4, 9. Okay. All right. 2, 3, 4, 9. We all, I guess, see it. I don't like it, but it's not for me to like anymore. 2, 3, 4, 9. And we took a hint, and this was puzzle E. Let's see if we can find it. Hey, there it was. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 9. The only nice thing was that it did line up those black squares. All right, that was a group effort. 2, 3, 4, 9, 15 to 11. Okay, 15 to 11. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 is football. All right, so I do remember we saw a football. Put this out here. That's our connection. All right, so you'll remember we saw a football down here, soccer ball. That's in 28. Our next card is 28. Okay. All right, thank you for the help, channel. I appreciate it. These cards can get thrown away. All right. Okay, it says, first read part 2 in the storybook, then read this card. Okay, so we've moved to part 2 in the storybook. Let's read part 2. All right. The clock on the wall ticks on lazily. Mikhail pours himself a drink and goes on with his story. The NVR came about in the 50s. Stalin was getting paranoid, so he indiscriminately transported people onto the camps in Siberia. A group of civil servants in the university became worried, so they came together and started the NVR, an underground resistance movement that tried to smuggle dissidents to the West. They had to stop when the KGB started to tighten its grip, but the war in Afghanistan and the accident in Chernobyl made it more active than ever. You nod. You've heard rumors of a group that helped people to escape to Western Europe through Finland and Sweden. The KGB is wiretapping the apartments of almost all government officials as well as the hotels and restaurants, so the members of the NVR often meet at nightclubs and other places where they can talk more freely. Messages are written there on walls and mirrors. Vladimir Konev's parents were both supporters of the NVR and research fellows at the Moscow University, but they were let go and transported to Siberia at the start of the 80s. A family close to the Konevs took Vladimir in, and when he grew up, he joined the NVR as well. Tonight, when he got shot, he had come to pick me up from the location we had arranged. Someone found out where and when we were due to meet and was waiting for him at the club. With some money and a bag of heroin, it's easy to frame a murder as a drug kill. Who was behind it? The KGB, you ask? Mikhail smiles. The light hits Smirnov's face and turns the smile into a grimace. You know. You nod, put out your smoke and get up. You button up your coat, check your gun is loaded, and head outside. Igor is waiting for you by the Volga, jumping up and down with his hands deep in his pockets to stay warm. Where to? The station. Now return to evidence card 28 and read it. So there we are. Well, there's the bar scene. Okay, evidence card 28, which we were in the middle of. Moscow Police Station is located in the heart of the city. The towers of the Kremlin loom beyond the building. Tomorrow, they'll be adorned with flags bearing the hammer and sickle. Igor parks the car and you walk in through the main entrance. The police station has always made you feel uneasy. When you became a policeman, you wanted to make the world better, but found you were just making things worse. The police force, which is meant to keep the people safe, acts as the state's bloodhound, tailing people and listening in on their conversations with their microphones. You feel like an orphan playing card lost in the wrong deck. It's early in the morning, but every floor is lit up. While Moscow sleeps, the state keeps watch. Okay, playing card. I guess we know where the playing card is. We saw it at some point. Right there in 25. Let's get 25. Almost time for a break, though. Okay. Well, it's a card that wants us to combine items. And it's the poker chips that we've seen scattered around. So I think it's probably like a black poker chip, a red, a blue, and a green. So we're just going to have to find those 4 poker chips and add up their cell numbers. Okay, so a reasonable puzzle that we know how to do. We'll take an 8-minute break. I'll see you, and we'll make some progress. Okay, we're back. I'm just rearranging our cards on our mind map. I should probably tape these together. I'm still thinking about that puzzle with the people's faces. I still think I'm right that about the logic of it, but okay. The rats are jumping the ship here, though. 10 viewers. And DJ Moneycut says, how close are... When I say the rats are jumping the ship, perhaps what I should say is that the engineers are jumping the ship, and they're leaving the rats to fend for themselves. They're leaving the monkeys to try to save the Titanic. All right. Well, the monkey is still here, contractually obligated to continue the stream. All right. So we noticed poker chips as we were playing. We know this symbol means add them all up. So black, red, blue, and green we're looking for here. All right. Black, red, blue, green. All right, let's find them. I remember there was one there. Okay, so there's the red. I'll start marking these like DJ Moneycut says. So there's actually, we shouldn't mark this one because we're not going to draw the 2 cards, so that could still come up again. All right, where else did we see one? There was one on the table, right? There's the black one on the table. That's our 23. All right, what else do we have? Easier if I could look at the monitor with you guys. I think there was more up near the ceiling, maybe. We got that red one, right? There's the green in the corner. 26. All right, so we just need to find the blue. Blue poker chip. There it is. It is fun how, as you play the game, you know where things are more and more that you found them. Okay. So 51, 53, 84. Is that right? 25, 50. No. How did I get such different numbers? 76 here. 25, 25, 50, 76. Why did I get such a bad number? 51, 53, 76. 76. Okay, that's why you double check. All right, so we look up puzzle. What puzzle are we working on? Where is it? Oh, here. Okay, so puzzle F. Well, that's hints. We don't want that. Puzzle F. 76, 16, 1, 2. I'm just going to, if you just chime in the channel if you disagree with me about anything. 16, 1, 2. Okay, so paragraph 16 is in the second half of the storybook. Okay, 16, 1, 2, clock. Okay. So let's put this out. This is going there. Clock, huh? I actually don't really remember a clock. But this must be it here, this digital clock, right? So number 9. Okay, so that connects there. So it is our puzzle card. It's got 2 connecting black lines. That's a picture of a VHS tape. So we remember we've seen a bunch of those. Guess we're trying to find 2 of them. They were down on the ground. There's one. What? This program brings up these things I don't understand. Symbols. I really need to learn how to use this drawing program. Okay, so we've got VHS tape 22, and then there was one over here somewhere. Where was it? I thought I remembered it on the lower part here. No, where then? There, in the rafters 4. Okay, 22 and 4. There's our 4. There's not that much left of this game. D found it. D says 4. Okay, here we go. All right. So this looks like a little bit of an inventive puzzle here. So let's see. So I see we've got things that are sort of out of order. We've got a 10:05, 10:05, 10:15, 10:15, 10:07, 10:07, 10:17, 10:17. So what are we can match these up, and I see arrows changing. So what's happening? At 10:05, the arrow is pointing to the top. Okay, so I can see different arrows here in these are the red arrows. We've got 4 arrows and they go, and each time there's a different arrow on. There's arrow 1, arrow 2, arrow 3, arrow 4. And the same thing happens here. So let's see, if we do our times, 10:05, 10:07, 10:15, and 10:17. Then we've got green arrows and red arrows. And I'll just order them from top to bottom. So doing the green arrows first. At 10:05, we have an arrow 1. At 10:07, we have an arrow 4. At 10:15, we have the third arrow. And at 10:17, we have the second arrow. For the reds, at 10:05, we have the first arrow. At 10:07, we have the third arrow. 10:15, we have the second arrow, and 10:17, we have the fourth arrow. That sounds like it sums up this information. So the question is now, how do we get an answer out of this? How do we get an answer from those? They're pointing to an area. There's the area on the map, on the screen, just the different arrows. That doesn't seem to help us too much. It feels like that this is going to be our answer. Our answer is going to be this, but in what form? Feels like that should be the solution. And Tina says, I think I know what we should do, and it involves the whole picture. Really? Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear it. I would not have guessed that. I would have guessed that it's an abstract numerical answer. I'm open to possibilities. I do see this. I do want to show you this. Look at this. Arrows meeting. So I wonder if actually, are there arrows on the, do we have red arrows? I see the green arrows here on the right side of our screen. And they point, but where are our red arrows? I don't see any red arrows. Oh, there they are. Okay. So actually, I think you're right. I think what's going to happen is this little clue here tells us that we're trying to find the intersection of the red and green arrows. So at 10:05, we have a 1 and a 1. So let's, this is kind of cool. So if we zoom in, okay, we can see both the red and the green arrows. I think maybe actually we actually have use of our physical board now at this point. Okay, very good. I think Antina was onto this and we're just all catching up on the same page right now. So let's turn off tracking. We'll zoom in manually with the full screen. This is kind of clever. All right, so we're going to zoom in so we can see the arrows. We don't need to have anything else. All right, so now let's use this. Okay, so at 10:05 it was 1, 1. So if we look at the red arrow line and the green arrow line, that brings us right to there, which is a 3. Okay, then we've at 10:07, we have green 4 and red 3. So let's do the 4th line of green and the 3rd line of red, which is a little hard to see, but is right there. So what's there? I think that's our 16. Or, yeah, that's a 16. It looks like IV, but I think it's a 16. And Tina says no, the first green. Okay, I don't know what you're referring to, but that doesn't help. It doesn't help me. So we're gonna call this an IV or a. Doesn't really. Okay, if you're saying first green, I wrote something down at the 10:05 the clock. We'll have to revisit that because that's not according to my records. Okay, at 10:15 I have 3 green and 2 red. So 3 green and 2 red bring us right to this, which is a 6. At the final time, I have 2 green, which is here, and 4 red, which is here. And that gives us a 7. All right, so the only one that seems wrong is the 4 green, which is there, and the 3 red, which is here, which definitely points to that number. 3, 6, 7. They're all penciled in. So what's wrong? You think it's IV, so it's just a 4, huh? So 3, 4, 6, 7, you think? All right, now, and Tina, do you want to object to something we've done there? $10.07, just to check. $10.07 was the fourth green and the third red, which is what I've written down. Fourth green, third red. That's how we got ourselves to that IV. Yeah, it's pointing to that IV. Okay. So we're going to look it up. We're looking for 3, 4, 6, 7. If we see something similar, if we see 3, 16, whatever, then we'll guess that. All right, so I believe that's the right answer. If anyone objects, it's time to speak up now. Otherwise, here we go. So we came up with 3, 4, 6, 7, and that's completely wrong. Okay, so we got it completely wrong. Okay. So we're going to take a penalty, and Tina can explain how that could possibly be wrong. That just seemed obvious. Let me check that again. I mean, it's not even close. There's our 6, 7. But 2, 1, 6, 7. What have we done wrong? How could that possibly be wrong? That just seems so right. It seems so obviously right. 10.05 had the first red, and 10.05 has the first green. First red and first green. How do we get 3? Here? Okay, so that's just sloppy because here's the first green and here's the first red. So actually it's pointing to this too. I don't know how. I swear to God, sometimes I really think someone should just shoot me. I don't know how we came up with how I lined this up to here. I guess I put it on the second arrow. Okay, so maybe I lined it up here, and when Antina says no, the first green, maybe what Antina was trying to say was, you lined it up on the second green, you were supposed to line it up on the first green. Okay, so that was just me lining it up wrong. Okay, there's the 2. And then the second one is the fourth green and the third red, which is here, which gives us our 4. So I still get 2, 4, 6, 7. Fourth green, third red. Still get the 4. Is there a 2, 4, 6, 7? No. Second green. Oh, maybe I did this part wrong too. Fourth red. All right, so I can't believe how is it possible for me to get so much wrong? Okay, so second green, fourth red is actually the digit 3. How is it possible to do this so wrong, to understand it and to be so sloppy to get so much wrong? I just don't understand it. just don't understand how it's possible for me to mess things up so badly. So our fourth digit was the second green, which is here, and the fourth red, which looks like it's here. So the fourth digit is a 3, not a 7. I don't even know how we got 7. And the first digit was a 2, so 2463. 2463. It just blows my mind. God help me if I was in charge of something important. I just don't understand how we could figure it out and then get to the most simple thing, the simplest part of it, and just get it all wrong. I don't get it. All right, well, someone should have stopped me. I blame you, not myself. It's like if you give the monkey the controls of the space shuttle and he crashes, well, whose fault is it? Is it the monkey's fault that he crashed, or is it the person who decided to give the monkey the controls? 1991, and we took a bad reputation for that. So I hope you're happy. So 19 is on a card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Microphones. Okay, I remember seeing microphones. Oh, that was painful. That was so ridiculous that we figured out what to do in this cool way, and then I just could not get the numbers right. All right, microphone. If we had just gotten that one wrong, I was going to give this reputation back. But having gotten half of the digits wrong, I deserve the bad reputation. All right, microphone. Where did we see a microphone? I do remember seeing one. Was it up in the rafters somewhere? Oh, it was on the table. I know we saw a microphone. I remember it. Where did we see it? There it is. 3. Microphone. But it's not 3 because the 3 card is already out. How is that possible? Because it's not 3, it's 15. It's grid cell 15. Okay. All right. Well, look, it's 5 hours in. My brain is not working properly. Here we go. 7 viewers. We're going to get to 0. Before we're done, we'll get to 0. Igor follows you down the stairs and through the maze of corridors to the archive, a huge room in the basement of the station. What are we looking for? Igor asks with a worried look. You do not answer. You strike a match to light a smoke and walk on between the shelves full of files until you reach the back of the archive. You search for the right file for a moment and find it. You carry the folder to the nearest table, lay it down, and open it. Do you remember the serial number of the pistol found next to the body? I wrote it down, says Igor, and hands you a piece of paper. All right, so match. All right, I remember seeing the match. It was on the table right there. There's our match in grid 23. All right. So 23, it feels like we're approaching the home stretch here. If I can just keep Antina in the channel, we got a chance of solving this, and DJ Money Cut. All right, so here we have a puzzle. It's just the one card. All right. No extra cards needed. So what is it telling us? That if we take each X, and there's 4 of them, and we put this pattern through it, we get a series of numbers. That sounds straightforward enough. But how would we know what order to do it? Like if we go here, we go like this. Let's say that more. We go through here, and we go up one, over, and then out. That doesn't work. What about for this one? We go through it, up, out one, and it doesn't work. But if we reverse it this way, we could go, oh, so through it, up, up, out. Through it. I'm trying to think if there's different ways to go through it. Hmm. I mean, it feels like we should just reproduce this pattern. There's different X's. We go through this, this, this. Are we looking for the number where the arrow is and how many ways we can do it? Or are we looking for... Hmm. We can't travel through all the X's. If you looked for all the ways we could do this pattern where there's an X exactly at that spot, there's only the one that will actually fit. So surely that's not right. Perhaps, okay, the most logical thing is that we have to figure out what these 4-digit numbers are. Okay, good. That's the logical thing. The logical thing, I mean, there's different possibilities. One possibility is you follow this path and you look at the numbers. But the other possibility is that we're looking for the 4 numbers here. And one possibility is we're trying to figure out what the X's numbers represent. The other possibility is we're trying to make this path and come up with the digits that we end on. Or that we come up with the digits in these 4 spaces. But then why would there be an arrow? Because of the order. If you tried to make this pattern, depends if you need the arrow. Hmm. Are we asking? Hmm. Is it asking us to find this pattern, the way to do this pattern so that we only have an X in this spot and then we're trying to find these other 4 digits? We only have an X in that spot. I don't know that it's possible. Walk over the X, and then if we go here, we break the cycle. Walk over the X, we go here, we break the cycle. Walk over the X, we go here, we break the cycle. This X we can't walk over because it's in a corner. We can't walk over this X this way. It would only be this one or this one that we could do. And either way, we hit a different X. That's not going to work. You can't do this pattern without getting X's in some of these boxes. So that can't be what it wants. What does it want? What does it want? What does it want? It wants us to go in this path. But we can't go in this path if we assume it means an X here and not X here. It's impossible. All right, where is Antina? Why has Antina not solved this? Why has Antina not solved this already? What is it asking for? Oh, it wants us to move in that pattern. Just don't understand how that makes any sense. If this is the bottom, does that help us? If this flips over, it still doesn't help us, does it? Because you still can't make it work. Alyssa says, I don't know if it makes sense to try to solve it diagonally, starting from the lower right corner. It doesn't feel like diagonal is legal, but maybe it is. Doesn't feel right. The diagonal separations don't feel right. Like if you aligned it diagonally, the distance here does not seem right. You'd go what? You'd go like this. Yeah, I don't see how to do it diagonally. What is it asking? There's just no way to make this pattern to have this one be X and the others not be X, but there was a way, then we could read out the digits in those 4 spaces. But it can't be done. Guess if you go diagonally here, and you think, well, it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't look right diagonally, but if you did it, you could go this way and this way, but then you'd hit the X. The end doesn't work. Is there something we're misunderstanding about what it wants from us? The way we're trying to solve it, the digits are not significant, but look how weird they look. They look like they're significant, don't they? I mean, they look like they mean something. 04262 X. Is it possible this is another thing where we're supposed to look at the full map? No. Those numbers are too odd. These numbers are very strange. Zeros, fours, twos, sixes, ones. Why would that be? Why would that be? Why would that be? Those numbers are very odd. It is interesting that we have 042, Then we have 141, so it's not some Sudoku thing. It's not some situation where those numbers 0, 6, 4, 2 are on our map, are they? I mean, there is the 1, there is the 6 written down, but I don't see much otherwise. If we could find a unique path, then we could come up with a sequence of 4 digits, which feels like it could be a reasonable answer. But why are these numbers so odd? Why wouldn't they be arbitrary numbers then? It's not like Minefield. Is it? Is the number of spaces adjacent? No. I was thinking almost the numbers are almost like Minefield numbers, but no, they're not. What on earth are those numbers? What on earth are those weird numbers? But even if we knew how the numbers were calculated, how would that help us? Um, huh. Chat seems stuck also. Want this on a bigger view? Strange, huh? Well, we'll spend 15 more minutes, then we'll take a hint. If we don't find, that's how we're going to do these things from now on. We're going to set a time limit and then take a time limit at which point we take a hint. 0, 1, 2, 4. I'm not sure how knowing what the digits would be under the X's would make sense. It just feels like there must be a pattern there, though. I don't see it. The numbers are too odd. I mean, there's our 1s and 6s, and there's a 2, and there's a 4. But where's our 0, if this is somehow relevant to this? Do we have a written 0 in chalk somewhere nearby? No, we don't. It is kind of odd that we have the 1, 2, 6, 4 on that pillar there, and 1, 2, 6, 4 in that box. But where's our 0 if it is somehow relevant to that, which doesn't seem like it is. I don't see any zeros. Let's look at it differently. If we ignore the X and we just look at this pattern, and we say the way you do the pattern is you go 3 up and over. So 1, 4, blank, 2, blank. If every strike looks like that, then 4, 2, 0, 6, blank. I'm trying to see if there's a way that every strike adds up to a certain number. So 4, 2, 0, 6, X. If you always follow that pattern, then you struck, but maybe you only strike this way. Maybe we'll only go this way. So 1, 4, 2, 1, 4, blank, 2, blank, 4, blank, 1, blank, blank, 6, 2, blank, 0, 4, 6, 2, blank, 0, 4. That's a 12 strike. What about this? If we struck this way, so I wonder if you could do it like this and say 6, 2, X, 0, 4. That's a 12 plus X. And then would you do the same thing this way? 2, 4, 0, 2, 4, 0 plus X, 2, 4, 0 plus 6, 2, 4, 0, X. What the F? 2, 4, 0, X, 2. 4, 0, x 2. Is it possible the x's are all a specific single number? Why would that help us? Trying to see if it's that every time you make this pattern you get up to the same total score. It doesn't really work. Well, 7 more minutes and we're going to take a hint, but if the hints have been anything like the previous ones, they're not useful. There's no second hint in this game, and the hints are pretty poor. So if the hint doesn't help you, you're just stuck in the game until you can figure it out. Guess you could check all the answers though. We're down to 9 viewers, and our star puzzle solvers have gone dormant. And it's 5 matches on the card. Ilias says, I still stick with my answer. I don't really understand what your answer is. Ilias, if you have an answer, let us know. $1046. And how do you get that? Yeah, I'm not following. Bottom right, diagonally to the X, then the 0. So it'd be 1x 0, 1x 0. But then you'd go 4, and then you need another number. I don't see how that works. You need to go 3, then diagonally back up 1, and then over 1 to get a digit. So I don't see how that works. Where's our diagram? If there's our diagram and you wanted to go I don't see it. I don't understand it. Okay. And Tina says my point is 1x 0. Okay, that doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know how to draw it. And 1046. I don't see how are you getting from the 4 to the I don't get it. Okay, well, it's okay if I don't get it, but if you want me to get it, you'll have to explain it in a way that I can actually do it. Also, the diagonal doesn't make sense to me. Boy, that's even this is the kind of puzzle that I rail against over and over, where there's like so many undetermined things. We don't know. Does it want us to follow this pattern here? Does it want us to calculate the numbers? Is it looking for the x's? Is it looking for the non-x's? Is this arrow where we leave the box? Is this arrow end up on a number we should count? We just don't know all of these things. That's okay. I've sworn off getting frustrated by this. I'm going to embrace this as the essence of the puzzle is that there are a million different things it could be telling you to do. Is the goal to find the values of the x's? And this is some way to help us constrain that. We don't know. We don't know any of it. Though it sure seems like it's telling us to take this path in this box and give it the digits that are in the circles. Why are these digits so odd? Why are they so unusual? We don't know. It's a very strange choice. And if they are significant, how could that possibly help us? All right, it's time for us to take a hint for puzzle H. To do that, we have to take a reputation penalty, which our reputation is not going to do so great. This is our third one. All right, let's take a look at the hint for H and see if it's as useless as all the other hints. Use the pattern on the lid to find the numbers in the matchbox. The pattern might fit if you try a different angle. Okay, so pretty useless, but kind of sounds like it's suggesting what Ilias was saying about going diagonally. Well, maybe we got to take Ilias more seriously, although Ilias and Antina are disagreeing about something. But you're going to have to explain to me. Here, let's do it. Let's draw it out. So if this is our pattern and you want to do it diagonally, you want to do it like this. So it goes 1, and this is our x, right? So you think it goes 1, x, 0. And then you think 2. But then it has to go to the x again. I mean, the x would be here then. It goes 1x, 0, 2x. You can't go to the 6. That isn't in the straight line if it's diagonal. The straight lines would then be going this way. So that doesn't work. If we did it this way, we could say 0x, 1, but then we'd go x. So I don't see how. I don't see how we get 1x, 0, 4. You want to go down. You want to go 1x, 0, 4. 1x, 0, 4. How do you get to the 6 from the 4? This 4? I don't get it. I don't get it. You might be right, but I'm completely misunderstanding this. I'm rotating it. Is this the way you want me to rotate it? 1x, 0 doesn't make sense. Alias says the rotation is perfect. Okay. So this is your straight line, 1x, 0. That's your first set. 1, you think it's 1x, 0. Then you have to go diagonally up to your left, which is the 2, right? And now you want to go to the 6. One x, 0, 2. Now you want to go to the 6. That is not this pattern. To jump over the 2 and end the 4. How is that allowed? How could that be allowed? 1x, 0, then you're jumping over the 2. That can't be legal. D said, I sent an image in the Discord how I got 4224. I suppose you're trying to say that maybe that if you look at this distance of this line, that somehow when you shift it over, you get it can't be right. This can't be right. I guess what Ilias is trying to say is that this line might be long enough that you would actually be skipping over a number. Is that the logic of what you're saying? But it's not to scale. I guess that's what Ilya is saying, that if you like scaled this diagram up on this diagonal, what you would see is that you get 1x, 0, and then this line is long enough to bring you here, which would be on top of this x here. So 1x, 0. And then this diagonal line passes through the two. If you follow the length of this line and you say it's on top of this. So I guess what you're saying is almost like this grid is every other one, like skipping this row. 1x 0, 4, 6. Like this is our grid. That's an interesting theory, that this is our grid here, and that this row is not even on our grid. Boy, that's very interesting, very upsetting, but I see the logic to it. You're saying these are the grids here. This is part of this grid. Here's our square grid. And that this row isn't even in our grid, so that our lines go like this. So we're looking at this diagonal grid where this row is not even part of it. That's insanity, but I see the logic of it. So it's not so much that you're skipping over it, it's just that when you draw this and scale, look at it, is that the guy that bit me? When you scale this here, I'm willing to try it before we take our break. If that's it, I don't know what to say. So 1046, okay. There is Ilias's answer. 1046. Holy cow. Well, that's pretty remarkable. Let's just make sure that is the right answer, then we'll take a break. So 19. Where's our card 19? I want to say something about 1931 is flags. So I think that's going to be the right answer. I don't remember seeing flags, but surely that flags is an object, so that's going to be on there, right? Okay. Let me talk about we're going to take a little break in a minute, but I want to say something about the quality of the people who join this channel sometimes. It's one thing to suggest an alternative solution as Ilias did. So Ilias found the solution, looking at this on a diagonal, which is quite an accomplishment. But I think it pays to mention that that's sort of the easy part of having this dialogue with me while we're playing this, and with Antina as well. Like, it's one thing to say, I have an idea, it's this, but then to persist in saying, here is how you get my idea, through me saying that's ridiculous, that's impossible, it can't possibly be, and me getting frustrated. This is the person who solves the penicillin. You gotta get past the obstacles of the people standing in the road telling you can't go that way. Like, I was so adamant that this couldn't possibly be the solution. And Ilias stuck with it very politely and persistently, said, you got to do this, then you do this. No, you're misunderstanding. No, you're doing this. You're not getting it. To persist until the idea is fully explained and then evaluated. That is the skill in life. If you have to take one skill in life and you have to choose, it's great to have both. It's great to be able to find the answer, be confident about it, but to find an answer and say, I know it doesn't make sense to you yet, but hear me, let me explain it, let me lay it out till at least until you can visualize it and understand the proposed idea, and be persistent even in the face of the obstacle, which in today's stream is me. That's the impressive thing. All right, well, Ilias saved us from this one. And the answer was flagged. Okay, we're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. I think we'll be able, this game is going to wrap up in the next session. I think 5.5 hours. Par for the course for the crime scenes. We'll have a lot to talk about when we're finished. I'll see you in 8 minutes. I hope Elias can stick with us. We may need him, her. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I'm just trying to clean up here and tape together our crime scene evidence board so that we can appreciate it. This has been one of those learning experiences, humbling experiences. I mean, I never claimed to be an expert at puzzle games, but you'd think after a while that I would stop being so surprised by certain puzzles. I'm sure we're learning something. I'm not sure exactly what it is. By doing this to ourselves over and over again, I'm sure we are learning something. I mean, learning something about ourselves. Maybe it's just to rely on the help of others. Okay, and why is this there? Okay. So here's our little mind map. Not mind map, our little evidence board. All right, so what happened? We solved it. Where did we put our solution? H. Okay. Was that right? H, yes. And 1046, 1931, and we got flags was our answer. Okay. Let's find ourselves some flags. Does anyone remember where we saw any flags? I don't remember seeing any flags, to be honest. Do I need to go check that again? Make sure Soviet flag. 16. Oh, the drawing of the Soviet flag, right. Well done. Okay, that's clever. That's clever. Okay, 16. Not many cards left. Okay, here's our 16. Let's read it together. You move your finger along the endless list of number series like the digits on a keypad until you find what you're looking for. You compare the number to the piece of paper and turn the folder towards Igor. What did you and Yevgeny take so long? Why did you and Yevgeny take so long to arrive at the nightclub? Igor looks at you, braced to defend himself when he understands what you're getting at. I picked him up at his house. What was he doing there? He said he had stopped by after getting back from job. What job? He didn't say. And what do you know about your colleague? Igor thinks for a moment. A veteran, served in Afghanistan as captain in air forces, started in military police force in December. He has powerful sponsors within the party. Okay, so it is sounding like Yevgeny is the bad cop. Okay, keypad. So I see the keypad right there. That looks like our keypad, surely. Card 12, which doesn't match. Does that mean it's wrong? It does match this way. Oh, you can't see. Okay. There. Okay. 12. All right. Here's our puzzle. It's a standalone puzzle. We're not done yet. What have we got here? This looks like it might be our symbols. I think maybe we've got our symbols on the symbol C that we were first trying to find combined with other symbols. So let's see here. What probably doesn't say that the rule is always 4 digits, but doesn't it seem like most of the time the answers are 4 digits? I guess not. Sometimes they're 4, sometimes they're 2. But what do we think it might be? Like a 4-digit answer. Maybe 4 digits, where we're trying to find these partial symbols, and where this one here matches this here. There's our diamond C. So it feels like depending on how you rotate it, our diamond C might be here. And then we would be looking for a straight line and an arrow. We did see some circular, we did see partial symbols. So let's look on the map and see if we can't put this together. So I think one of these symbols is on our, okay, yes. And then remember, this was another one here, right? Why isn't it doing it? Let's see. No, it doesn't want to do it. It doesn't want to zoom in. There it goes. Okay, so we've got our C there. Oh, don't know why it doesn't want to do it there. It's difficult. It's getting confused by other stuff. But okay, so we've got that symbol there. So let's try to write some of these down. All right, so we've got a C with a outlined triangle. And, but what number would we call that? The number of this card? Just 20. That's a little confusing. Maybe we would call that the grid. Well, that's 20. All right, let's see if we can't find some of these other symbols. And then this was solid triangle. Okay, it feels like we're gonna have to combine symbols to get that. All right, what other symbols have we seen? Here's this one. That's with a solid triangle. That was card 21. So where would we, there's that, but it's got a line in the middle that we don't have. So how do we explain that? Let's see, what other symbols do we know about? These here, these were 11. That's with the circle. That's card 11. So that's this top of this thing, and the bottom here could be a circle, and then any of the other blanks, corners, could be used by that if we're allowed to rotate, which I'm not sure we are. Okay, what other symbols? While I'm looking, you guys can try to hypothesize about the other way to solve this. I mean, what the other elements of solving this are. Okay, so here's another one. Card 9 looks like with an open triangle outline. That's a 9. Open triangle. I'm not even sure we have that on our card. Yes, we do. It's over there as an open diamond. I guess we have an open diamond here, but it's rotated the wrong way. So maybe we don't even use that one. So there's another symbol. There's a 30. Looks like a circle. Is that all of our symbols? Wouldn't be surprised if I've missed one or two. Now, how would we use these? Would we assemble them? Let me switch over here. But Tina says, I think there's a symbol in 30. Okay, well, that's the one I just did. Okay. So let us now go back to this. Well, what will we do? We don't know the actual form of the answer. But I mean, this, there's a symbol on the stool, 26. All right, let's go back and look at that. Yes, I got that one. I got the 26, but did I not write it down? Why did I write down 21? It's on 21. Is there something on 26 or just the 21? Yeah, I got the 21. All right, so here's what I have here. Why did I not write down this one? This was on our card, which is card 6. Okay, so we've got all of these symbols. Do we think? So if you take these and match it up here, then we could do double digits. Both of these top L's could fit there. That would be the circle. But then this doesn't work here. Because here we have a triangle in the middle of this C. But that's the only hollow triangle we have, is this one. Makes me think you have to do some subtracting. That can't be right. All right, let's pause for a second. There could be symbols we're missing we can look for. And Tina says the first two numbers are 22. Okay, you've got to, you can't just say that, right? You've got to explain how you're calculating these things. Let's just talk about breaking this problem down. Assume either that this is the complete symbol list or there's more we should find. But still, given that, how are we going to do this, given that we don't have a unique number for each complete digit? Looks like we'd have to piece it together somehow. How are we supposed to piece it together? Okay, so presumably we could add and subtract. So I think we could start with an 11 that would cover part of this. Then maybe this is buggy and this triangle really refers to this whole C, but then does it matter that this top line overlaps with that line? Maybe not. So 11 plus 20, and then we'd still need something in the corner here. But we don't have a clean corner for this one. for this circle, we could use this 30. Maybe that does it. Like an 11 plus a 20. We're still missing this line up here. Feels like we're still missing something. Okay. So let's see what Antina says, and let's see if I can try not to lose it. You don't need the number of the cards and the number of the grid. The first symbol goes to the lower half of the first digit. The symbol labeled 11 makes the top of the first and second digit, creating a 2 for the first digit. Okay, so let me see if I can understand what Antina is saying. Antina is saying, don't try to reproduce the 0. Just use the shape to tell you what to put there. And that's going to spell out a digit. That makes a lot of sense. So the circle, the solid circle, tells us that this has to go up there. So Antina is saying we've got 4 digits. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the circle is the only thing that we care about. And that tells us that the top digits here look like this. Okay. And then this triangle tells us the next digits go like this. And then this circle here is this one. So that tells us this goes like this. But what are we? This isn't an action. This is a 2, but this is a nothing. What's going on here? Did I draw this wrong? Feels like we don't have a complete digit here. We don't have a symbol for it. And these are the first 2 digits, I should say. So let me do this over here. This second digit is like this. And then the circle, hollow circle, should be like this. So I don't know if we did this 30 wrong or if somehow there's the 30. So I'm not sure what that is, but okay, let's continue with this idea though. This seems right. Next we have a diamond. Is that a diamond? It's so hard to see if it's a circle or a diamond. A diamond. Okay, a hollow diamond at the top. I have this. That can't be right. Maybe it is. Maybe we don't care about where the shape is. That doesn't seem right to me. 9 is where we have that. All right, well, I'm a little confused about that. That seems to show a diamond, but maybe it's rotated. So maybe we should view that as diamond at the top. And then 1 on the left and 1, 2 down. So if we were to do that, if this is our new diamond, not this, then that would be like that. And then solid diamond on the bottom. We have solid diamond on the top. I guess you'd rotate that, flip it to give you that. Don't know why you wouldn't flip it the other way too. And then this triangle would give you this. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. If you flip this the other way, it would make more sense. You'd get an 8. I don't like it. Okay. Antina says the 9 has one more line. The 9 has one more line. Okay. I don't understand what you're saying because here's the 9. It's got 2 things, which is exactly what I've got here. You don't have to rotate it. We're missing 2. Oh, you're saying this is for, well, okay. You rotated card 6 incorrectly. Where is our card 6? So here's what we had from card 6. Hollow on the left of it. Okay, don't understand what that means. All right, I can see this is the game. This is the game designed to have. This is where in person 2 people would get into a fight. This is where in person, if I was playing this game, there would be anger. People would be leaving early. Game night would end early. Okay. And Tina says, you have written the 9 correctly, but when you put in the first 2 digits, you didn't put the second line in the middle of the second 2, and that's why it doesn't look like a 2. Okay, so presumably you're talking about this one. But this has nothing to do with the 9 card. This has to do with the 30 card. And as far as the 9 card, which is here, are you thinking that what you mean is that this is a diamond, and so this is a diamond, we don't care about its actual position? Is that the whole idea you're trying to postulate? That doesn't matter if the diamond's left, bottom, wherever it is on the board or where it is here, we just use this for the 2 digits? So you're saying for the second 2 digits, we do the 9 stuff like this, and we just do like that. Don't know why you're talking about this card. Then the solid right triangle here would be this. That can't work. There's no... No, none of that works. Okay. Relax. Just relax. Jesse, relax. Relax. We are missing cards. Well, we very well may be missing cards, but we've still got a problem where I do not know how to assemble them. So let's try to break it down. Let's break it down for the monkeys. Here is a solid diamond at the top of this C. This is card 6, grid 6. No, not grid 6, card 6 on our board. Now, let's take it step by step. For the monkeys, here is where the diamond is. Not at the top, at the bottom. How do we interpret that? Do we care? Does this shape have to rotate so that the diamond is at the bottom? So should we rotate this clockwise to match this? In which case, when we rotate it, we get a C with a diamond? Or do we think rotation has no bearing on anything and the position of this diamond has no effect? Let's start there. What's the theory? Of course, you could you could transform this, reflect it in lots of ways to get the diamond at the bottom. You could flip it, in which case it would be facing the same direction, or rotate it. We don't know. There is no right answer in isolation. It might have a right answer in context. So Tina's or DJ Moneycut theory is rotate it. Okay, stop saying add 21. Let's do one thing at a time, guys. So your theory is that we do have to get the shape in the right positions and orientations. And to do that, we should rotate. At least rotate this symbol. Are they all going to be rotations? That would be nice if they are all obey the same thing. Okay, let's assume they're all rotations. Then that makes things a little simpler. Let's try again. There's our 4 digits. Okay, now that we have your theory, we can go back and start filling in. Okay. Card number 11, the circle is in the right place. So we can do 2 digits worth of L's like this, with the circle at the top. All right, now, card 20 has a C right there. It doesn't need any rotation, so we think that means that that will be like that. So that gives us a 2 here. And here's our little hollow triangle. Okay. Now the circle. Well, we have a circle here from card 30. Now that looks like this. Now we've got a problem. Now where is the mistake here? It seemed like, well, I don't know where the mistake is. Let's double check these cards. Does anyone have a theory of where the mistake is with this second digit? According to our records, card 30 is the circle card. Well, that's just an L. So we got that part right. What about the solid circle, which gave us the 2 cards? That was card 11. Okay, nothing wrong with that. So I have now this as our second digit. So what has gone wrong? What has gone wrong with our second digit? What are we misunderstanding? What error has taken place? DJ Moneycut has a theory. He says, I think we're missing the symbol that has a colon in the middle. Probably with lines on either side to complete it. Well, it's going to have lines somewhere, because something needs to get stuck in here. There's no other way to solve this without a line in here. Even if you close this off, you don't get it. And Tina says he thinks it's on puzzle card E. Well, let's look at puzzle card E. Puzzle card E is right here. You think it's this crazy thing? You think it's this? How does that make sense? Doesn't make so much sense, but it fits. Well, it doesn't really help us at all with this digit, does it? I mean, here's this digit. So it doesn't really help this at all. D says if you take this card and rotate it 180, not 180 degrees, you mean 90 degrees. If we rotate this 90 degrees, and these are our two dots, and for some reason we think this card is supposed to do it, then you would get circle, circle, line, line, like that. So there's the card, there's the symbol antenna found, dot, dot, dash, dash, but rotated. Then you do get this filled in. And this here. Okay, let's continue on. I don't know how you got, okay. DJ Moneycat has the solution. That is of no help to anyone. I mean, it's good to be on the record that you figured it out, but it doesn't help us. It's good to be on the record that you figured it out, but it's not, unless you can show your work, it's of no use. It's not anything I can use. Okay. Now we're going to go to this digit and we're going to use the system we decided before, which is always to rotate clockwise when we can. So this becomes line, line, line. Okay. And then we've got a solid triangle here. Matching here doesn't need to be rotated. So line, line, line. Okay. And now we've got our solid diamond. And here's our solid diamond. If we again rotate clockwise, then we get a C here, right? So it turns out, there's our diamond. It turns out we weren't missing symbols. And we did just need to follow a single rule about rotating clockwise. And the really missing piece of the puzzle was this dot dot dash that was on this card here for some reason. Now, is there something about where that is on the image that should have given us a clue that that was part of the thing? Not really. Well, I feel pretty good that that's it. 2248. Does everyone agree? 2248. So, I mean, that was very good work to spot this thing. Really good work. That is very tricky. But I just want to look, I could say that the reason I yell at you guys is that there's a reason. It's not that there's a reason. It's just my own frustration leaking through. But I really do think there's a point to be made about not skipping steps. And I do think it's helpful to go through the steps. In general, I think you should just skip steps if you can come up with a good solution. But when you get stuck, you have to stop and then methodically go through the steps. So it did make sense to back up and talk about how we align the symbols, and then coming to the conclusion that they should always be rotated made a sense as a general rule. All right, let's solve puzzle I. It's our last puzzle card. This is our last puzzle card here. Puzzle I. So 2248, 826. Okay. 826. Here we go for the finale of the story. I don't even remember what's going on in this story. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Syringe. Okay, well, I remember seeing the syringe. It was bottom. No, where was it? I remember it. It was somewhere left. Where was the syringe? I know we saw it. I remember seeing it. It was kind of dull and hidden. Wasn't in the lower left? 26. That's, oh yeah, so it was there. I just was having trouble even seeing it. Okay, there's our syringe, 26. All right. Yevgeny's house is located in the suburb of the suburb of Roskazovka, where state officials and the members of the Politburo have been rebuilding their houses, one more lavish than the last. Yevgeny's home faces the park. It's a 2-story stone building with a tall metal fence around it. You should know that a police captain, let alone a soldier, could never afford a place like that, especially with a state salary that was usually paid less than regularly. Igor pulls in on the driveway and stops behind Yevgeny's car. Yevgeny steps outside to meet you in his dressing gown before you even reach the front door. Comrade Liba, what do I owe the pleasure of your visit at my humble abode at this time of night? Read the part leading up to your final choice from part 3 in the storybook. We have a choice here? Okay, here we go. Part 3. I came to ask why your weapon was lying next to Vladimir Konev's body. You see Yevgeny's right hand reached towards his left arm under the dressing gown. You know that you have just seconds to react. You must trust your instincts and hope they're right. Turn the rest of your reputation cards and place them in numbered order. Leave spaces for the missing cards. The message on the cards may help you make the right choice. We can either get out of Yevgeny's line of fire, distract Yevgeny by talking, or draw your gun as fast as you can. Okay, so the idea here is, I do remember this now. The idea here is that we have used up we removed 3 reputation cards. So these are going to be missing pieces of this puzzle. So because we lost those cards, there's going to be gaps in here. Why is it doing this? Turn off tracking. Okay, so we lay out these cards. Did they get laid out in order? I guess it does tell us the order. I hope I'm doing the right thing here. Turn the rest of your reputation card, put them in numbered order. Okay. Now we're missing a 5, 7 and an 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. So this looks like jump for cover. Okay, so we missed the O and the R. Is that it? I thought we were missing 3 cards. We're missing 3 cards. Oh, jump dash FOR dash cover. Okay, so because we didn't lose too many cards, it's easy for us to understand. So now we can make the right decision. We are going to get out of Yevgeny's line of fire. Read the end of your story in card 2. So there's 3 cards left, 1 for each of the endings. You'd have to lose a lot of cards to not be able to figure out that you should jump for cover. Okay. And then after we solve it, we'll have a long apology from me for yelling at the channel. All right, here we go. We're getting out of his line of fire. Let's read what ending we got. Everything happens fast. You will not understand exactly what took place until much later. You remember the look on Yevgeny's face. His smile melts into a grimace, and you realize he's reaching for his weapon. You dive out of the way and pull your gun out, but you do not get a chance to fire it because a shot echoes out, slicing through the silence. As you crash to the pavement, you're certain you got hit. It takes a couple of seconds for you to realize you're okay. Yevgeny is lying face down, half on the lawn. The gun has flown from his hand and is still cocked. A trickle of blood rolls out from underneath his belly and makes its way down the driveway. Igor stands with his feet apart, with his gun still aimed at Yevgeny. You get up and put your hand on Igor's shoulder. He realizes it's all over. You walk to Yevgeny's body, kick his gun away, and say, "Happy Victory Day, Comrade Captain Yevgeny. Excellent work. You made the right choice, confronted the killer, and stopped them." All right. Well, congratulations are all due to the channel. I did not help much. I mainly got in the way today. I don't always get in the way, but sometimes I do. So if you had chosen any of the other options, you would have gotten killed, it looks like. It's a cute little way to have a win-loss condition based on the number of hints you needed and mistakes you made. You'd have to make a whole bunch of mistakes to not be able to figure out this was jump for cover. Why don't we take a short 3-minute break? YouTube says 7 concurrent viewers, 20 likes. I don't know what people are liking. I guess you like watching me get frustrated. All right, there's only 7 of you left. For those of you who did stay till the end, I hope you'll stay around for a couple more minutes. Give me your thoughts. I want to hear what you thought. I promise not to yell at you. I am sorry for all the yelling I did at the channel. You can see how the level of frustration by how snippy I am with the chat. I apologize for that. In real life, there'd have to be a whole come to Jesus apology in person by email, because the person who was playing with me would have gone home by now. All right, we're going to take a 3-minute break. We'll come back. We'll talk about our thoughts about the game. I'll see you in 3 minutes. We are back. You're watching Co-op for Two, 6.5 hours in, almost exactly the length of the Brooklyn crime scene game. I will note, I went and checked the difficulty of the Brooklyn crime scene game. The Brooklyn was actually a level 3. This is actually level 4, so it doesn't get any harder for this in this series. All of the games are 2s and 4s. I think you could make the case that Jesse should be playing the level 2s. The rest of the channel can handle the level 4s. But this was a humbling experience for me with some of these puzzles. So much so that I just gave up trying to not write on them and wrote on a bunch of them, but that's okay. I just have to remember I can't pass this along. So let's talk about the experience now. There are a couple things to talk about here. Well, let me see what the chat says. Let's get the chat's opinion. And I do apologize for being so snippy with the channel. I mean, it's a very predictable experience. when I get frustrated and people start explaining how they solved it, you would think I'd be a little more polite. Like if someone's clearly solved it, you'd think I'd be a little more like, thank you for explaining it. But instead, I just get angry. It's like an affront that you've solved it and not explained it step by step. And I do get angry at the skipping steps, but we were talking about why that's so hard. Okay, so DJ Moneycut says, it's pretty blah for me. A couple bad puzzles, mostly just forgettable puzzles, none that wowed me. Story was thin, picture search mechanic wasn't that interesting to me. And Tina says, there were some puzzles that needed some tweaking. DJ Moneycut says, some aspects were well done, not enough to make up for a lot of mediocre aspects, wouldn't recommend. And Tina says, the story was in a setting that we don't usually see, but it was a bit superficial. Well, the Brooklyn case was very similar. It was a thin storyline throughout. So one of the things that was weird about it, first of all, I appreciate the different mechanics here. I do like that there's story. I need to have some narrative story, and there is a story here. One of the interesting things, though, is that the puzzles, sometimes we play these games like a Deadbolt Mystery Society game, or in general, these escape room games, and there's an attempt to integrate the puzzles into the narrative. Like, okay, the criminal serial killer sends you a locked box, and you have to find out how to open it. And what's interesting here is there's no attempt to merge the story and the puzzles. They're totally abstract. There's no even mention of puzzles in the story, right? It has nothing to do with it. It's just, here's the story, and then every card of story, we've got some puzzles to solve that have no connection with the story. And the scene here is this crazy, insane scene. I mean, we've got this body in the bathroom. We don't even see the body. We're not even looking at the body. We're just looking at this insane scene. And like, look at these Polaroids we got. And when we got these Polaroids, for a minute, I was thinking, oh, okay. There was the other Polaroids of the other two pictures. I was thinking, oh, okay. Our victim is one of these people that's missing from this photograph, whatever. But it's not. It's not related to anything. And then we got the bottles of wine. I was thinking, oh, is this a drug operation? And underneath the labels are like the heroin, but it has nothing to do with anything. It's totally separate. And maybe this makes a little bit more sense with the idea that we're told that these stories are all from this one Finnish author. He's not writing puzzles. He's just writing little short stories, and they're making these puzzles around them, and they're really not connected to the stories at all. Now, I don't have a huge complaint with that. The only tricky thing there is it does, like each time we worked on a puzzle for an hour, I basically forgot what the story was. That's the only thing that sort of threw me a little bit with being engaged with the story, that I was engaged with each little section of the story. I thought it was kind of written in a nice noir way. But after an hour of the puzzle, working on a puzzle, I sort of forgot where I was. But I would say mechanically, it's different, and I give them some credit for this visual search thing. It's not my favorite kind of thing, but it is kind of fun to have this different thing that you're doing occasionally. And I do like the sort of pacing. It's like narrative, puzzle, a puzzle where you're trying to figure out what cards go with it. Like anytime we have this, something like this, we got a card. So we had the card, and then you've got this little mini puzzle figuring out, hey, what are these black and white lines referring to? We said, okay, circle should we be looking for? Then we figured out they're wine bottles. So like there's lots of different little mechanics going on. And it is kind of fun to connect these lines and know that's when you got it right. And then you're searching here. I do like that the search here isn't like, okay, find this exact image. It's more like you're trying to decide, well, what do those circles represent? Okay, maybe they're wine bottles. Could it be this wine bottle? The part that I had trouble with is lots of times when this kind of thing happened, where this was the wine bottle. Like, boy, that's rough. And if we weren't playing with a group here where DJ Moneycut could say, hey, I think that's the bottom of a wine bottle, I could see really getting stuck here. And so that's part one of the problem, is the puzzles felt like some of them missed and were difficult. Were difficult in a way that kind of felt unfair. But I do think it needs to be said, the group did figure it out. And there's something to be said about that. They couldn't have been too bad puzzles if someone in the group figured it out. But boy, I'd hate to be playing alone in here. I think where you could start to make real complaints, though, is with the hint system. Because if you did get stuck finding the bottles, you'd only get one hint. There's only one hint for each puzzle. Find 5 bottles hidden in the scene, reveal the cards. What numbers do you see when you line them up? Don't turn them upside down. And that's it. That's the only hint you get. Now that feels to me like a very bad hint system. It's also a bit inexplicable. We've seen this kind of game done before, and typically the way it will work is, rather than, it's even more expensive too, rather than have a deck of cards, one card for each puzzle, with big wasted blank space, they could have just had a booklet, puzzle A, and then your booklet has like 5 sentences for 5 levels of hint. And that just seems like a very, very bad hint system. If you're going to do an analog hint system, this should be like find 5 bottles. The next hint could be 1 is really hidden. You can only see the bottom of it. And then another hint about how to read the cards. Very weird. The one puzzle that we argued about, the one puzzle we argued about was this one here, which I still think I'm right about, but it was a badly designed puzzle. It says, you see numbers written on 4 of the photos. Write down the names. Can you see the link? No, that is not the only hint you should get for that puzzle, especially since the way the game is designed, you can't give up. The best you can do if you're trying to solve this puzzle and you get lost, you do not get a solution, not even at the end. The only thing you could do if you got really lost is you'd get this out and you'd look up each of these things and find the one that refers to a word, an object. That would be the right answer. You would never know how to solve this or why the answer was what it was. That's a real flaw. Puzzle games need to have explanations. If you get stuck, if you're not in a group with 5 people, it's very weird choice there. Nintina says the rules weren't so great. That's also true. Remember, they were translated from Finnish, but I agree with you. Like, for a simple game that has 13 versions, 13 editions of this game has come out with the same rules. Like, they should be able to get those rules right and clean. I don't understand why they couldn't. Ilias says, the only puzzle I didn't like was the Polaroid puzzle. The rest of the puzzles were okay, comparable to Deadbolt in quality. I think the Deadbolt puzzles are much more satisfying, and the narrative is much more satisfying. I think as a general thing, the Deadbolt games are much more successful for me in terms of connecting the narrative to the puzzles and the nature of the puzzles. This is a purely linear experience as well. That's another hit on the game. I think the real success of the game is the mechanics, the various mechanics that tie it together. And I think the unique visual search thing is fun. It is a fun little break. It's like you get a break between switching between these things. And I did like that. Some of the puzzles were okay. But I did like that, like occasionally we had a puzzle like this and we could say, okay, it's just a matter of going through the mechanics of finding the things in the thing. I like that. I like mixing it up with some hard puzzles and some visual search. And these were some hard puzzles. And Tina says, the first answer being 2 digits, all the rest 4 is weird. It helps when you know what format the answers are. That is absolutely true. I think that's a very good point. The fact that first these rules said every answer is a sequence, but then that turned out to be a misunderstanding, mistranslation. But it was very odd that it didn't give us a little bit more clarity about the form of the answers. It's often these puzzle games do tell you you're looking for a 4-digit number or a word, and having that really helps constrain it in a way that still rewards you for being clever, but at least removes some of the frustration from flailing around. And I agree with that. So mixed feelings about the crime scene system. Mixed feelings, some frustrations, but solvable. I mean, the mechanics, this mechanic at the end for the way you pay for a hint and then you have to solve it by making this word make sense. I do like that. I think mechanically the little pieces here are kind of fun. And I like the intermixing of narrative and puzzle. Just a little bit frustrated by some of the puzzles. I absolutely wouldn't want to play this alone without a group, without you guys to help. Because then it would really be too much. And when you read a hint that doesn't really explain what to do, that would really be frustrating. But yeah, I mean, not my favorite, but there's some cool elements. And you have to appreciate the amount of work that goes into making something like this. So many details. Pretty nice. All right, I mean, I'd play another, but maybe I need a break and air conditioning to solve this case. I really do appreciate you for joining and helping me out. This would be a rough one to play alone. DJ Moneycut says, there's no real reason for all the answers to be numbers. They could have mixed it up and used words or something else. Yes, that's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. They unnecessarily restricted themselves to numbers, and I'm not sure why. They were almost all 4-digit numbers, except for one was a 2-digit number. Every other, no, two of our puzzles were 2-digit numbers. Everything else was 4-digit. A weird choice. Not sure why, given that they didn't have to. And then we also had some very sloppy play from me. Definitely not my best showing here. All right. Well, again, thank you for joining me. I think we'll be playing some more games this week. Maybe we're going to switch over to some cold case games. Maybe we'll play a Sherlock Holmes game, sort of clean the palate, take a break. I got to remember, I'm really not a great puzzle person. But we learned also something new today. We learned that among this group, when it comes to puzzles, I'm the monkey you put in the spaceship. But you guys got to take responsibility. When you put the monkey in the spaceship, you turn on the channel, you start talking with him with the delay, the satellite delays. You got to talk slowly to the monkey, and you got to go step by step. Otherwise, you're going to get an explosion on board. All right, thank you for joining me. I'll see you on Sunday for our first new letter of a new Dear Holmes case. Very exciting. I'm looking forward to that. That will start at 1 p.m., not our normal 3 p.m. But between now and then, we'll definitely be playing at least one more game, maybe several others. I'll see you next time.